I asked my husband, when did you get so big? His confidence hits different with
Oh, Lord. Not that commercial. My goodness. Anyways, what's up, everybody? Thank you all for being here. If you're not here already, when you come eventually to check out the live, I would hope that you guys would hit the like button in support of this channel. I have a lot of looky-loos, but I don't have as much support as I think I'm deserving of. I'm being a very honest, transparent American who has opinions and is showcasing what is going on. Because a lot of stuff people are talking about online is not necessarily about what's really happening. And I should be supported, I feel, for that point right there. And the fact that I'm not influenced by nobody, I do gravitate to bettering Americans as a whole, because I am an American first. And that's what got me to pay attention to Trump more. But this war in Iran is a little bit sketchy and is really looking like it's going to be the beginning of a big significant change in the ideologies of Americans moving forward. Us looking at immigrants that are coming over here looking forward will all be changed more than ever with what we're witnessing right now, especially with the sleeper cells that are among us. And thanks to Biden and Kamala Harris, we have to deal with all these individuals that are over here in the tens of thousands, if not millions, that do not love us, do not respect us, do not love America, and are jealous of Americans. And they are lashing out more and more. And they are trying to hurt us where it counts. And I really feel that we have to pay attention moving forward. There is no going back to casual thinking and belief that everything's going to be all right. There's never going to be any false delusions, I believe, unless you are a fool. And I want to talk about a lot of different things. So please get your coffee, your tea, your beer, your wine, whatever it is that you do. And also contribute to the conversation would be great, because I don't want nobody to believe in everything that I believe in. You know, you have an independent mind and disposition. Just as long as you come respectfully, I will talk about what you're adding to the conversation on, but we can agree to disagree, because I have my own mind and I'm not going to change it because of what you believe on. And you just have to respect that. A lot of people expect anyone that is talking has to agree with what they're saying, and then they get upset when it doesn't align with what they want and what they desire. And especially a lot of people like to bully Black Americans, especially on YouTube with propaganda galore, and thinking that they can dictate to us what we're supposed to say like parrots. And we're not going to do this over here. So if you want to get to those types of people that want to sing Kumbaya and talk about Pan-African lies and talk about unity lies, you need to go find them people, because I'm not that. Because I see the world as it is, and I see other things that's becoming prevalent. And that's the type of stuff I like to stay on topic on. So fair use of all videos that I show under the Copyright Act of 1976 for commentary, for information, for education, for entertainment, all the above, not meaning to impose, but to inform and enlighten for those that don't take the time out to care about what's going on around you. I don't think that you can really go back to sleep after all this stuff that's going on with Iran. It's very hard to go back to sleep, in my opinion. So let's get to the first video. Let's look at what U.S. bombs militarily has done to the Iranian island. And also Trump is threatening to do other things, of course. It's escalating. And Iran, I think, has brought about these sleeper cells, and we will get to that as well, because there has been recent attacks on this soil from people that is rocking with the belief of Islam and Iranian and all that kind of thing. We'll get there. And these people, all of them, have been naturalized as citizens. And as I've been saying before, all along, that anyone that comes from another place is not going to have allegiance to America like a person that has been here all their life for centuries. And in America, and white Americans and other Americans that hate Black folks or are not sure about Black Americans, you need to understand that we have Americans' best interests at heart more than anyone that you guys are riding for, believing in. It's just the truth of the matter. And you will see in this video as it goes how illegals, or people that have been nationalized rather, into becoming Americans, do not have allegiance to America. And they are like out here hiding waiting to attack us. And that's the reality that we're in right now. It is what it is.
The war in Iran is entering week 3. New video shows search crews searching for survivors from an attack on Iran's capital city of Tehran. President Trump threatening Iran's oil infrastructure after the U.S. bombed Karg Island military sites. This is just one of many strikes on Iran from the U.S. and Israel since the start of the war. Days before, 6 American servicemen were killed after their refueling jet crashed in the Middle East. The Pentagon says the crash was not caused by hostile or friendly fire, but the U.S. is not slowing down its military operations. The U.S. is deploying thousands of Marines and sailors, along with 3 Navy ships to the Middle East, but U.S. officials say this does not mean ground troops will enter Iran. The Strait of Hormuz has been tightly blocked, with Iran attacking oil tankers. U.S. officials are vowing to get it reopened.
They are exercising sheer desperation in the Straits of Hormuz. Something we're dealing with. We have been dealing with it and don't need to worry about it.
Meanwhile, oil and gas prices are climbing. The U.S. is easing sanctions on Russian oil sales. However, President Trump acknowledged Russia may be helping Iran.
Russia may be helping Iran. And you know, the prices for gas right now, there's a whole lot of people that are very upset about that. They are screaming to the mountains about it. They feel like that's a sign that, you know, failure of America is upon us. And, you know, I hope that this is going to clear up sooner than later. I would hope, in my opinion, that war won't last for long. But of course, we can't make that decision because everybody is going to do what they feel like they need to do. And especially since we have so many people here among us, there's no telling what could transpire day to day, week to week, year to year. They're all here. And that's the fact of the matter. And it's very troubling to note that. What's up, African Goddess? Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. Yeah, I haven't seen you in a while. I'm glad you're here. And what's up? How do you pronounce your name? Habil Abbas SOV. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, but thank you for being here. And what's up, The Rock? I appreciate you for being here. There's a lot to consider when we're looking at the facts on the ground, but I don't feel comfortable for people that are in the Army or the Navy or military altogether. I really feel for them and their families, and rest in peace to the 13 military service men and women who have lost their life. Condolences to everybody that knows of the people that have fallen. And I hope to goodness that we do not continue to have more military people sacrificed for this war. Because the way that President Trump made it sound like it was an easy situation, it was going to go real fast and not a lot of deaths. Well, he said there would be unalivings. That comes with the territory, but he made it seem like it wasn't going to be as bad as it could get. And I hope that that is a fact and it's not something that he just said. And we are going to see what happens, because every day things are turning around real quick and happening in real time. And let me get now to what Trump had to say as far as him claiming to obliterate what's going on in Iran. From Fox News, let's get to this news report that just happened about 21 hours ago. And we'll keep it going with the Iranian talk for a minute. I do have a lot of things to bring up, though. I do have a lot of things to show, especially the sleeper cells moving forward. We'll get into that a little bit later, but let's get back to this.
President Trump posting on Truth Social, the U.S. Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Karg Island. Now, why is Carg Island important? Here with me now is Nate Foy, live from Tel Aviv with the latest. Nate, this is directed at all the naysayers who say that the American military cannot open the Gulf and open the Straits of Hormuz. What is this telling you tonight?
Well, yeah, this is definitely an effort to protect shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Carg Island is an island in the Persian Gulf, as the United States, as you heard in the president's True Social, destroyed every military target there as they continue to try to degrade Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. However, Laura, we are seeing those capabilities persist with several rounds of ballistic missiles fired at Israel today. And in some cases, those cluster munitions that we've talked about have penetrated the air defenses in Israel. Take a look at this video from the outskirts of Tel Aviv. As you can see a fire here. Again, this was a cluster munition. There are no reports of injuries from this strike, but you can see that it caused a lot of damage. Now, not far away, another part of central Israel got hit. There are no reports of injuries here either, but in northern Israel, Laura, at least 58 people are hurt from an earlier Iranian missile attack. Now the U.S. and Israel are getting some reinforcements in the region. The USS Tripoli is on its way from Japan with 2,500 sailors and 2,500 Marines. It's expected to arrive in the next week or two. They will help protect U.S. bases and also, as we mentioned, go after Iran's ballistic missile capabilities. The U.S. and Israel have now struck more than 15,000 targets between the two of them. One strike today happened just down the street from where thousands of Iranians gathered for Al-Quds Day. Many here chanted death to America and death to Israel as they burned American flags and promised to resist U.S. forces. Now, we're also hearing tonight of explosions in Doha just in the past 20 minutes or so, Laura, as Qatar is announcing that it is going to evacuate residents in certain portions of the country because of Iran continuing to target its neighbors. We'll send it back to you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News.
Oh, man, to hear all of that, I feel so naive and like a baby because I do not have a heart to do or wish for any of this type of stuff. And we do have a comment, apartheid fascist Israel first. Simone Atifa says, I'm glad you said that because there is a warning that I want to alert Americans on. Being on social media, we got to be very careful with our words. There is a bit of targeting to people on social media. If you are going to be out there talking out loud about what's going on, let me just find the video. What's going on? You could be arrested or sought after by the words you use on social media. So I got to be very careful, and everybody needs to be careful if you're going to be partaking in the protest, because things are happening fast where you are being targeted as Americans, just to let you know. Let me find this article. I had it earlier. I still hope I have it. Give me a sec. I'm glad you said what you said because it is a grim reminder. I mean, people do have opinions about what is going on with Israel and America. People do have feelings about Israel pretty much being in the driver's seat, and is speculating that Trump is kind of like the person that is following behind Israel and what they want to have happen. And I am paying attention to different commentators about that. I really hadn't paid attention before, but now it's kind of like on my radar because more and more people are bringing it up. So I do understand your position and what you're saying. I am growing up, but I'm not going to jump on a bandwagon and start spewing different rhetorics that you may want me to spew on because I don't have that heart to give you that opinion on. Let me see. Where is this at? Oh, Lord, this is not. Okay, here we go. Okay, I got this from reddit.com. It is saying that Americans are now a target in Trump's immigration crackdown. Sharing this WSJ report reviewing some of the results from DHS encounters with U.S. citizens, protesters, or supposed domestic terrorists. The report reviewed posts for DHS and found 279 individuals were publicly accused online, including 181 U.S. citizens, and nearly half of those citizens were never charged with an assault, and now none have been convicted at trial so far. But courts records showed that only 15 Americans pleaded guilty, mostly to lesser charges, with 51 cases pending and many other dismissed or never filed. This article, notes some higher profile cases where video evidence contradicted initial accusations and describes some of those additional consequences for those accused by DHS, be it legal costs, employment, online harassment, leaks of personal data, etc. But there is an article by WSJ, but there's another video I want to show, though, that talks about it a little bit better. Hold on. I'm just saying be careful online. Be very, very careful, because people are watching and they are making notes and they're submitting accusations about what people are saying. I don't have a side on the matter with Iran. I don't know nobody Iranian. I don't like war, though, I would say. I don't care for war. But do I really have an opinion about right or wrong, what's going on? Not necessarily like that. Other people can have their own opinion. A lot of people would like us to be on the front line speaking out about certain things, but they're not willing to do it themselves. They're trying to beckon other people to do what they refuse to do themselves. And I'm not going to be that type that's going to be a crash dummy for anyone. So I won't be on the front line about any of this stuff, actually. I'm going to report the news kind of indifferent, because that's my attitude overall. But, a lot of other people have feelings about what's going on more strongly than I do. And you have every right to have those opinions, but I'm not going to be up here trying to throw my body in front of anything for anyone. So if you thought that, get over yourself.
Immigration is now a problem not only for undocumented individuals, but also for citizens. The Wall Street Journal published a very interesting article that you guys should read about the fact that U.S. citizens are now the target of the Trump immigration crackdown. In their article, they talked primarily about the fact that the enforcement activities have been targeting citizens who are involved in protests and those who openly criticize the enforcement activities on X and other forums and TikTok, and how they are now facing enforcement activities. And you might be saying, well, I thought ICE only has jurisdiction over non-citizens. It's a fact. Go read this article. These cases are not going anywhere. And the article talks about that. The fact that it's really more of an intimidation campaign, because these cases aren't going anywhere in court. They don't really have any basis at all to target U.S. citizens. They don't have the jurisdiction to detain a U.S. citizen and hold them, take further action against that U.S. citizen. But they are doing some things that are very intimidating, trying to really shut them up and to stop them from protesting or criticizing government policies. So this is an article out of the Wall Street Journal. They are reporting this.
So I just wanted to lay that out, that, if you are a content creator, or if you are somebody that wants to protest, you need to know what you're protesting for. You need to know if it's really going to benefit you to go out there and do, because eventually you could get caught up in being accused or harassed or labeled or any of this stuff. So I just wanted to let people know in case you are unsure on how to move. I definitely not going to be out there protesting for nobody. It's not about me. And I'm not putting my neck on the line for nobody, but I do like to report on what is going on because that's something that we need to do. Okay, you said, what a load of crap. What's a load of crap? And D. Mark Cox says, no, I don't. I can just get in your face. I'm a Christian. What are you talking about, get in my face? I hope you're not talking about me, because you can get the hell up out of here if you're talking about me with that stupidity. Okay, you better tread lightly, fool. I ain't got time for no bullshit, all right? So tread fucking lightly. So now moving on, Trump was asked the question about whether or not should we be concerned about sleeper cells. And so I will, all right, let me get you up out of here, dude. You can contemplate in 10 minutes, come back. If you make more sense, then you can talk again. But if you come back after 10 minutes talking on bullshit, I'm just going to block you next time, because I don't have time for people to play games on here. This is a serious matter, and I need to pay attention on what I say and what I show. And if you want to troll, take your punk butt somewhere else. Let's go.
You want to go right now? Join Pace Andrews. President Trump is speaking.
They are absolutely being destroyed. Iran is being absolutely decimated. That's all I can say.
President Trump, what have you heard about this bulletin that some law enforcement put out about a possible Iran revenge plot in California, where there would be some kind of a boat offshore launching drones towards the...
It's being investigated, but you have a lot of things happening, and all we can do is take them as they come. And the war itself is being prosecuted as well as anybody has ever seen, and this is other countries telling me too. Big countries, powerful countries, they said they've never seen anything like it. And they also agree with what I'm doing. They say it's an evil country, and it's been for 47 years that way.
And if they try to hit us back, have you been briefed about how many Iran sleeper cells there could be inside the U.S. right now?
I have been, and a lot of people came in through Biden with this stupid open border. But we know where most of them are. We've got our eye on all of them, I think.
Is it dozens?
They came in through the open border policies of Sleepy Joe Biden, one of the worst president in the history of our country. And we've got our eyes on all of them. But the war itself is being prosecuted at a level that nobody's seen before. It's pretty amazing to watch.
Can you give us a timeline on when you're planning to tap the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, a timeline of when that could happen?
We're going to be doing it very quickly, and then we'll fill it up. We'll fill up our reserves. You know, if you remember, I filled them up, and then I had a deal to go at the highest level, a level that's never been, and Schumer and the Democrats for $25, and it was turned down. You remember that, Peter? Almost before your time, but not quite. But it was, we had a deal at $25. Think of that, $25 a barrel, and the Democrats turned it down. We're going to tap it out like it's never been, but they turned that down, and now it's a lot higher.
Are you considering having the U.S. Treasury Department buy oil futures as a means to keep the oil prices down or bring the oil
prices down? We're going to be in very good shape. You see what's happening. They are pretty much at the end of the line. Doesn't mean we're going to end it immediately, but they've got no Navy, they've got no Air Force, they've got no anti-air traffic, anything. They have no systems of control. We're just riding free range over that country. And now we're going to look very strongly at the Straits. The Straits are in great shape. We've knocked out all of their boats. They have some missiles, but not very many. I think we're in very good shape. The main thing is we have to win this. They win it quickly, but win it. And there are many people. I'm just watching some of the news. Most people say it's already been won. It's just a question of when. When do we stop? We don't want to let it regrow. And ideally would like to see somebody in there that knows what they're doing. In other words, they can build a country. Now, one other thing, we can hit sections of Tehran and other places that if you do it, it'll be almost impossible for them to rebuild their country. And we don't want that. But we can hit electric, we could take apart their electric capacity within 1 hour, and it would take them 25 years to rebuild it. So ideally, we're not going to be doing that. Thank you very much, everybody. Thanks for the question.
All right. He is showcasing
Jeffrey, we have just heard from the
his
Supreme
power and what he would be willing to do if we are struck back harshly. But it's too late because we already have been struck back. And that's what I want to talk about now. Sleeper cells that are among us. There has been attacks as of late, about 2, I believe the same day. One that happened in Michigan, but I don't think nobody was unalive there. But there was nonetheless a shooting at the synagogue, if I'm pronouncing it right, in Michigan, and also a shooting at the ODU, who is from Africa. And the other person that shot, I believe he was from Lebanon. We're going to get into that right now. And I feel like this is going to be more and more of what's to come, in my opinion. I think that when the birthright citizenship is being heard by the Supreme Court, it's going to get a lot worse. So I think that we should buckle up. I hope that a lot of people are prepared for something that really, really happens really crazy, because it's starting to get this way. We got to get prepared. We cannot be on the outside looking in. We have to, be aware of what's happening. And I'm going to play from The Hill that is going to talk about the synagogue shooting first. We'll talk about that, and we'll talk about the other attacks that have happened. These are sleeper cells. These are people that have been given the nationalization rights to become citizens of America. And they are allowed to get the citizenship after like 7-8 years or so. And then they can just turn and bite the hand that fed them, because they have other ideas in their head and in their heart about how they feel like they should be living like, instead of them going and staying in their home country to deal with whatever's going on with their own government. They choose to come to America and try to change what's going on over here. And that seems to be the collective of many of these naturalized citizens and immigrants who bring about this notion of being entitled to America. And they act like they're supposed to get the red carpet. They're supposed to have everything. And they never earned nothing. But this is the mindset that has been created here with the system of emboldening these people to come out of the woodworks when they don't like something that's going on in their home country or going on with a particular religion, such as Islam, and they're siding with Iran. This is why we have an escalation of these sleeper cells as of late. And there's so many of them here right now. There ain't no telling what people are devising to do anywhere in America. So let's get to the first part of this. Please hit that like button.
The suspect in a ramming and shooting incident at a temple, Israel, a synagogue in West Bloomfield Township in Michigan, has been declared dead.
Michigan police and federal officers revealed that the suspect drove through the doors of the church with a vehicle, hitting and injuring one security guard. Law enforcement says other guards at the synagogue then engaged and shot the suspect. The vehicle caught fire and smoke could be seen rising from the temple. Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard said 30 law enforcement officers were being treated for smoke inhalation.
Now, Jennifer Runyon, FBI special agent in charge, called the incident, quote, deeply disturbing and tragic. She added, quote, the FBI is here working with our state, local, and federal partners to investigate this incident and I can confirm that we are leading the investigation right now as a targeted act of violence against the Jewish community.
Federal officials identified the suspect as naturalized U.S. citizen born in Lebanon, a 41-year-old man named Amen Mohammed Ghazali, who entered the United States in 2011 on a visa issued to foreign-born spouses of U.S. citizens. President Trump on Thursday said he was fully briefed on the attack. Let's listen.
I want to send our love and before we begin, I want to send our love to the Michigan Jewish community and all of the people in Detroit area following the attack on the Jewish synagogue early today. And I've been fully briefed, and it's a terrible thing, but it goes on. We're going to be right down to the bottom of it. It's absolutely incredible that things like this happen.
Another shooting incident took place just 700 miles apart in Old Dominion University in Norfolk, Virginia. The suspect in that shooting was a veteran who was convicted ISIS supporter. FBI Director Kash Patel wrote on it.
So this dude was a veteran. And I find it very puzzling how many of these people that come from other places don't mind signing up to be a part of the military here in America, but they won't do it in their home country. They won't fight their government. They won't protest over there. They won't risk their lives over there, but they'll come to America, and to get a citizenship quicker, they'll join the military. They'll marry somebody here in America. They'll take advantage of the system and find loopholes to do whatever they got to do to get citizenship over here. And then they can turn around and choose to become an enemy within, become activated as a sleeper cell. And this individual was already caught with doing something that he had no business doing. He spent a lot of time in prison, I believe for like 11 years, for pleading guilty in 2017 by providing material support to a designated foreign terrorist organization. And instead of him being ushered out of America after he served his time, he was let back into America by Biden's administration, not showing no judgment or discernment to protect Americans. All they saw was keeping the numbers of illegals or so-called nationalized. He was a naturalized citizen, people that are not really American, but become nationalized, to have the numbers to get the vote of these people. And they turned around and he did what he did after the fact. And this is the issue that I'm finding is prevalent. Many people that are Americans that go to jail, they don't see the light of day. They don't get no breaks. They don't get no support. Why the hell is people that migrate over here given privileges that not even Americans are given? There's something sinister about this picture. But this is what actually happened with this character that we're talking about right here. Let's go.
Quote, an armed individual opened fire at Old Dominion University, leaving one person dead and two others wounded. The shooter is now deceased thanks to a group of brave students who stepped in and subdued him. The FBI is now investigating the shooting as an act of terrorism.
I feel like we're seeing an unfortunate increase.
And his name is Mohammed Baylor Jalloh, or Jalloh, if that's how you pronounce it. I don't know. But what's interesting is how the Democrats are not coming out to talk about this individual. They're not upset about none of this. And, they're tiptoeing around to even talk about this guy. Excuse me. But I want y'all to know that he is a type of person that should have long ago been taken out of here and kept out of here. But the Democrats allowed him to stay free and clear of being deported, and gave him a second chance to do damage, and he did. The first chance he got.
In these right now, and do you think that these are tied to what we're seeing in Iran? Do you think that these are tied to other things? Where do you think this kind of rise? And there's certainly a large anti-Semitic portion to these increased attacks as well.
Yeah, I think Jewish institutions across the country are on heightened alert because there's an obvious rise in anti-Semitism that we can't ignore and that we have to always talk about and be acknowledging in all these conversations, that when we talk about how we feel about Netanyahu have to be separated, which is why I'm adamant about making sure that you're allowed to criticize a leader and not criticize an entire group of people. Yeah. And I don't like when people conflate those two things, but I need to, we need to make sure that we're saying that, sending prayers out to these people, saying this is some of the saddest parts of our country makeup when we see that people who come here on visas or people who come here at all are committing these acts of violence. I mean, this fuels some of the rhetoric around migration, which I also don't want to conflate all those things. One bad actor does not represent an entire community in that way. But I think with this,
Again, she is minimizing the fact that this guy came over here, got naturalized. He also was convicted of a crime, and I'm not quite sure if she even mentioned that part yet. I will get a video if she doesn't talk about it to talk about it. But he was convicted of a crime in 2017, and we should be talking about people that are allowed to get naturalized. They should have a light on them. They should be talked about more than ever. Because the last 4 years before President Trump got into office, they were allowed easy access to come up over here. There are millions up over here, and we ought to be alarmed. But she's trying to make it seem like, oh, those are only a few bad apples. We cannot, blow this up anymore. Okay, but when it comes to Americans, you want to blow it up. When it comes to other things, you want to blow that up. But when it comes to people that came over here that got nationalized, somehow you want to calm it down. You want to make it seem like it's not that big of a thing. We shouldn't go crazy about talking about it. But I beg to differ. I actually beg to differ. Let's go.
We have to make sure that we do our best as people who are, let's say, on television, people who are in high roles in our government, to not make it seem like this is all to blame because conversations are being had. Because I know that most people that are in positions don't want to see something like this happen. Most leaders on both sides of the aisle come out and condemn acts like this across the board. Most people can look at what happened, let's say to Charlie Kirk, and say that's a bad thing. And I want to make sure that everyone is doing that in moments like this. So because moments like this are the times where our nation usually comes together to support one another, to say that we hate to see this happen. This is not anything that we'd like to see. And so for two of these instances to happen on one day, it's just really scary and sad. And I am really happy that at the synagogue, there was a security system in place that actually worked.
Yes.
And it's scary that we have to have in places of worship where people are celebrating life and experiences, security systems that need to work in that way.
Yeah.
But it's a sad reminder of the negative reality that sometimes exists in this world and in the United States that, is always sobering. But I'm really happy to see that, and hopefully everybody, all the first responders, are okay in both instances.
Yes.
Including the students that were brave enough to jump in. But
they took down that guy walked into an ROTC class, fired off, his weapon, and
that guy has a name that they don't want to talk about. That guy was nationalized that they don't want to seem to make it clear to the American people that these people are here getting nationalized among us. I don't know if there are Democrats or ran by a Democratic syndicate, the Hill, but they are really playing it very soft and careful not to really put this dude on blast when this guy tried to take out as many people as he could. And by the grace of God, they responded to this guy and took him out first so that he couldn't do any more damage. And this is the guy that they don't want to put a name to. And again, his name is Mohammed Baylor Jola, whatever it is. But listen to this.
Investigators say shot and killed Shah and shot two others. 36-year-old Mohammed Bailor Jallo, a former Virginia National Guardsman who served previously time in federal prison on terrorism-related charges. The FBI said yesterday the reason they're investigating the shooting as a terror attack is because of the Arabic phrase he reportedly shouted before opening fire. The FBI also says students in the classroom killed Jallo before he could cause more harm. We also just got new information into our newsroom that Jallo had re-enrolled as a student at ODU last summer. He had previously been a student between 2007 and 2013 and then re-enrolled last summer. We are working to get additional information on his enrollment status at Old Dominion University. Now, meantime, through all of this, the ODU community, of course, was shaken to its core. University President Dr. Brian Hemphill canceled classes for the rest of the week, and next week is spring break. So this is how students and staff are going on their spring break with this horrific memory. Our Gabrielle Harmon is on campus for us today. Gabby, I know you were outside Centerra Norfolk General yesterday for us where 2 of the victims were taken, now on campus. Just talk about where things stand right now.
Anthony, it is a quiet day here on campus following the shooting that happened and getting that new information in regards to the shooter who re-enrolled in the summer of 2025. Everyone is still processing what exactly happened. And as you mentioned previously, we know that at least 3 people were victims in this. And we did get an update, as you mentioned before, in regards to one of them who was previously listed as critical. They are now listed as fair as they continue to recover. I was able to come onto the campus earlier today, and many of the students are gone. It is spring break, as you have mentioned. A lot of the students that I spoke to did not want to go on camera, rightfully so, as everyone is continuing to process exactly what has transpired. But for some of the students that I did speak with, they did want me to share with you all exactly what they felt were feeling today moving forward, that they say that this is tragic in the community. And a lot of them were recounting friends and people running and not knowing exactly what was going on, what was happening. Some of the students also told me that they have classes in Constant Hall and they're not sure how they're going to be able to go back inside of the building. The university is closed. Again, students are on spring break. There will be counseling provided for those in need. And of course, as we continue to learn more in this case, we'll be sure to keep you all at home updated with the latest. In Norfolk, Gabrielle Harmon, WT.
Okay. There are students that did say something. I'm about to find that video, but before I do, let me read what you guys have to say. You said, far old dog, who let them in can't blame Trump. Exactly. They can't blame Trump. Trump is trying to be the cleanup man. We're dealing with deportations. He knew full well that there were going to be issues from some of these people that don't want to go or have ulterior motives because they already become nationalized. This is why he's revamping a lot of, immigration laws as we speak. And I'm on the side of what Trump is trying to do because, again, there's way too many people that do not love America. They do not love Americans. They do not care about the outcome and the future of Americans. They only want to get what they can get, and they only want to see destruction of America overall. And because of that, we do have to have a hard stance on how to deal with people that come over here that have ill will intentions. Leroy is saying that aren't America over there, I guess you meant America over there trying to change how other countries do things? Well, they act like they need help, Leroy. They act like they want the help of America. Look at how the Venezuelans acted when the President Maduro was snatched up. They celebrated. Look at what a lot of people are doing here in America with the Iranian president being put down. Celebrations. Because they didn't want to go and risk their lives. They didn't want to go and try to do something to sabotage the government themselves. So they wanted to have America do what they're doing for the most part that I've been seeing. And I'm pretty sure other people around the other parts of the world are wishing and hoping that Trump do the same damn thing, especially in Haiti and some parts of Africa. I wouldn't be surprised. I believe that there were some people in Nigeria that was beckoning that Trump go do what he's doing in other parts of the world now. So, you know, a lot of these people are wishful that America gets involved with what is going on in their own home countries, because they just are lying in wait as ducks, like sitting ducks, waiting to be picked off, waiting to die out. And unfortunately, you know, they have given America a lot of privilege and rights to make decisions for them because their governments are so lame. They are docile. I mean, they have so many opportunities to change up and do certain things differently, especially in Africa. And you see the same lame leaders sitting around, sitting on their hands, not willing to join forces with other people across the continent to see things differently. And so I don't know if I can look at it as America being the fault, because people are celebrating all over the place. That's why this is so confusing to me to even report on, because so many people are in agreement to what Trump is doing. I'm indifferent because I'm not living over there. I don't like war. I don't like to hear people are dying, but they're celebrating. So what am I supposed to say? It is what it is. You said you always had shootings and shooters. Of course you always have, but there are people that are escalating and they have a reason in their mind to escalate. What's up, Golden Brown? Thank you for being here. And you said this is just the beginning. I believe so. And where are all their bombs and drones coming from then? School Knocker says, there were stolen drones recently in California that I reported on my last video. I'm pretty sure there are a lot of unknown drones lying in wait to be used. We got to be very vigilant and careful where we go. I would suggest that we do not partake in festivities that involve many, many people. To the best of your ability, you got to stay clear of that right now. You said, will Trump admit all of his radar stations are all destroyed? Where you hear that at, Leroy? And Muhammad says Trump is a chump. Okay. Leroy also says USA wants to use the Kurds. Why isn't Iran allowed to use people in the land that's attacking them? Well, I'm an American first. I mean, I guess they can do whatever they feel like they need to go do, but we got to be very vigilant and get these people up out of here. We got to be very vigilant and stop what they plan to do. Hopefully we have a lot more intelligence than what is believed that we have, so that we can stop and prevent and divert a lot of the attacks that could happen here on this soil. And hopefully people would get discouraged from trying, because they know when they do try, they're going to die. We hope that that's a incentive to make them not do what they're trying and plotting to do. But some people don't care about death. Some people believe that the afterlife is a lot better. So we are in trouble with some people that are here that believe the afterlife is better and they don't give a damn about dying. Divine says, born and raised in NYC, in my heart goes out to the families in Iran. That school with the girls that got killed, I just can't take it. Yeah, that was very sad. I mean, you never want to hear about innocent kids being unalived, where they have nothing to do with what's going on with the government or the leadership of Iran. And that is very, very sad. I wish that Trump would fess up if he had something to do with that. It is accused that it's either America or Iran, or not Iran, but Israel, that has something to do with the kids being unalived. Let me see if there was a video that, I'm glad you said that, because there is a video about that I can play for y'all to update y'all on that. I don't enjoy hearing that kids are dying or dead. I don't enjoy that at all. And it's really sad that was the first strike, I believe, the first day that they took the strike, where it hit the kids the most. And just to show you the devastating effects of it, there was a mass funeral for 165 children killed. And this is the effect of war. I know sometimes when we are online or other places and we are not a part of the land where this stuff is going on, a lot of us are desensitized about the deaths of people and children and whatnot. You know, I feel sorry that kids were affected by this, and someone needs to be held accountable for it. But people are back and forth accusing America or Israel, or both. So it is what it is. I really hate getting videos where they don't talk. Let me get a better video. Hopefully this one is going to speak on it. This comes from DRM News. This video was done 11 days ago, but it is heart-wrenching moments about the bodies of people that were struck and they were moved to the morgue. Rest in peace to the Iranians who have lost their life. I don't like anybody dying, to be honest. I'm not a war spirited type of person. And, you know, a lot of people, especially Americans also, are now being affected by war, because a lot of people are now starting to lose their lives. I think there's like 13 people that have perished so far. And I'm sure that there's going to be more. And it's kind of sad that, you know, people that would never put their children in war expect others to put their children in war. So I don't like that at all. What is going on? Why won't this say anything? I guess they don't want to say anything. What the hell?
این کتاب ریاضیشه. مهنا زاری اول دبستان. گوشه کارهایی که انجام داده برای مدرسه، تکالیف مدرسه‌شو اینجا گذاشته. هیچ گناهی کرده. جعبه مداد رنگیش هنوز داخل کیفشه. بله. ممنون، تشکر.
So they're basically showing all the bodies that have perished to make a point, to showcase they actually are suffering and there are victims. And this again reads that the victims from a reported U.S.-Israel strike on a girls' school in Minab, Iran, were transferred to a morgue as families gather in grief. Authorities reported significant casualties following the incident amid ongoing regional tensions, and international reactions continue as details emerge. Viewer discretion is advised. For more details, watch our story and subscribe if you want to DRM News. So I just wanted to show that a lot of people are suffering behind war. That's why war should not be the first thing that you ever go and do. And there are repercussions behind people warring, because people want to get their get back. They want to get their retaliation back. And if they can't reach you through a missile, then actually you will have more and more sleeper cells that are here among us, and that's going to attack. And that's what I fear the most for us, because again, we're not the government. We're not Trump. We're not, the people in the military. We are the civilians of America, but other people look at us as being people to target in groups, to hurt us as a whole, because they want us to feel the same thing that they're feeling. But when you hear the Hill again talking about these terrorist attacks, they are very quiet not to name names. They don't want to blow the story up. But I think that y'all should know that there's more of this coming, and that we got to be very vigilant and very careful when we maneuver and do what we're going to do moving forward. It is what it is.
Students, good for them. If you have that, it is sad, the reality now of the amount of security you see at every church, every place of worship in the country. I can't drive around, anywhere in the country right now without seeing a law enforcement vehicle parked in the lot of a church during a service. And it really speaks to the time. One thing I think about this specifically is that naturalized citizen part right there. That's the part that I think the darkest elements of especially the right are going to try to glom onto and say, see, this is the problem here. You were kind of alluding to it about the immigration argument, and if they're
and you would be dumb if you didn't. You would be absolutely stupid if you didn't consider and weigh the pros and cons of bringing people up over here. Because a lot of people really hate us, for real. It ain't no joke. You can feel the tension in the air and the conversations that people are having, pointing fingers at Black Americans, for instance. A lot of people don't want to talk about white Americans. They want to always scapegoat to us. So I have a serious issue with a lot of people coming up over here unvetted. I definitely do. The hell? What are they doing to benefit us? Nothing. And she's being very careful to say, oh, we don't want this to go in this direction, but it got to go in that direction, period.
Used to be these kind of targeted attacks, these sleeper cells, these terroristic attacks, and they're all lining up towards naturalized citizens. Oh boy, I can tell you that immigration argument is going to really explode across the country, and what I think is a way that should be kept very separate. These attacks against religious institutions and people of faith, and this is continuing, especially against Jewish Americans. That is on the rise across the country, and that needs to be separate from the attacker. And we need to make sure that we figure out where the attackers are coming from, how they're getting what they need, and then addressing that instead of doing this in a totality thing. Because that's where we're really going to get ourselves in trouble. Our Jewish friends and neighbors shouldn't be as scared as they are in the United States for the way they are in the United States. And it's really a direct reflection, I think, to the point we're both making of the really dark, divisive rhetoric that can happen. We can hold people to account. We can push. We can fight.
So she's more concerned about the so-called rhetoric than the people actually being attacked here in America. That's what's wrong with a lot of people that are here as Americans when they are loyal to a so-called political party. They can't be fair across the board. That's why I love to be an independent, because I'm going to be fair. Yeah, we should be concerned about people up over here that are not full-fledged Americans. I don't care wherever you came from. If you came to America, you are not a full-fledged American. You're not. Your heart is not there like that. Your blood is not there like that. Your mentality is not there like that. Your spirit is absolutely not there like that. I'm not going to pretend like people that came over here when they're 20 years old is going to care about America like I do. I'm sorry, I'm not doing that. But people like us to think in terms of everybody's equal across the board, no matter where they came from. And when they got here, you a damn lie. You was a damn lie. Now, speaking of another attack that had happened, there was two, I guess, brothers or associates that decided to get together in New York and have a so-called, I guess, bomb, one of these bombs that they threw at the mayor, well, not at him, but near his home. Let me find that real quick. This first person that was 18 years old his family was originally from Turkey. He was nationalized. His name was Ibram Kayumi. Oh, no, Eric or Emir Blatit. I don't know how to pronounce his name. He was originally his family from Turkey. And Ibram Kayumi was originally from Afghanistan. Let me correct that. But you have these people that had these bombs that they produce. Let me get them together. Bombs in New York. New York near Mayor what's his name? Nami. Near Mayor. Okay, so we're gonna play this real quick. It was an ISIS-inspired attack near the mayor's mansion, is what they're saying. And these two clowns, looking ridiculous as hell, okay, two young men. Let me see if I can find a better video, though. That was a real quick clip. This was near
New York City, say an attack outside.
Hold on, stop. This was the explosives incident near NYC mayor's home, being investigated as a potential terrorist attack. Like I said, this happened just 5 days ago. All these little sleeper cell incidences have been back to back to back.
Did not cause the kind of harm that they were certainly capable of causing.
The two men, one just 18 years old, the other 19, are now in federal custody. They're both
Police in New York City say an attack outside the home of the city's mayor is currently being investigated as an ISIS-inspired act of terror. It all happened during dueling protests over the weekend. Two men seen throwing improvised explosive devices, and one of those devices was lit. They were improvised explosive devices that could have caused serious injury or death. We were fortunate that the devices used this weekend did not cause the kind of harm that they were certainly capable of causing.
The two men, one just 18 years old, the other 19, are now in federal custody. They're both from Pennsylvania, where their homes were searched. The investigation continued Sunday when authorities searched the vehicle the men allegedly drove and discovered another suspicious device. Officers evacuated nearby buildings while the bomb squad removed it for further testing. NBC News national law enforcement and intelligence correspondent Tom Winter joins us now. So, Tom, the officials directly investigating this right now are saying that the suspects
referred to ISIS during interrogations. Walk us through what happened here.
Yeah, that's our reporting. By the way, a couple of updates just in the moment. It took me to come down from my office to speak with you all. Balat is expected to be in federal court shortly. We should get the charging documents for both of these individuals here within the next hour or so. And then that device that you mentioned, we saw the robot there pulling at the door of that car. That device has since been tested, has found out not to have an explosive. So that was a container that they were certainly concerned about, but it turns out that there's not going to be an explosive inside of there. Yes, to your point in question there, Vicky, obviously this is a concerning case. We are told, according to multiple people that have been briefed on this investigation, that one of these individuals directly referenced ISIS, and it appears that they have, and we're still waiting, as I said, on the charging documents, but our reporting is, based on a number of people we've spoken to, these individuals appear to have an issue with the fact that they thought their religion was being targeted by this far-right protester who is speaking outside of Gracie Mansion, so that there's some sort of a nexus there. How strong that is, we'll see, but obviously, given the type of explosive and the device, very concerning.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that? You talk about the robot pulling it out. We're seeing it here on the screen. You said there was not an explosive inside, but then what does that tell us about the potential scope of damage?
Sure, not an explosive inside the one that was in the vehicle, but the image that we're looking at there on screen, that's the one that appears to have had an explosive inside. You can see there a canister. It's wrapped up in tinfoil. Had this gone off, there was shrapnel inside of there, and the explosive TATP, which is a favorite among terrorists, particularly in Europe, because you can make it out of household items. You can buy the things to make it from a store. Nobody would check it. Nobody would necessarily flag it as suspicious. Very easy to put together. It is highly unstable. You see them on one video lighting something. You wouldn't need to do that. If you just threw it hard against the wall, it would go off.
Was this the one that was lit?
This was the one that was lit. That they tried to light. It didn't even need that if it was properly made. There was an error in the way that they made it. We're not going to get into that, but obviously that's what got officials so concerned.
Luckily, it didn't go off. It would have been a much worse situation.
Definitely.
All right, Tom Winter. Tom, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
My question is, where are the Democrats in all of this? Why aren't they saying any damn thing about these terrorist attacks? Why is it mum's the word for them? Again, they have chosen a side to only care about the immigrants, the nationalized citizens, the aliens, everybody else but Americans. Like, it is really obvious that they don't give a damn about us at all. And I hope that many of us are waking up to the reality that the Democrats have sold us out a long time ago, and that we need to basically get them the fuck out of office and start anew, because they are not American minded. And where is this Mayor Mandami speaking up about what's going on with these terrorist attacks? Let's play a clip of that. And then I want to play another clip real quick of an ex-jihadist calls war terror groups target young kids in the next segment. But I want to first talk about this Mayor Mohammed. What's his name? Zorhan Mandabi. And he did not really speak up the way you would hope as a mayor in this regard. Where did that video go? Hold on. But they are playing it very, very quietly, and they're acting rather weird. Hold on. Where it is? Okay, here it is. Okay, here we go. We're going to listen to what this mayor had to say and why is he under fire for the response after an ISIS-inspired attack there in New York. And I want us to really pay attention to how they kind of sing-song it off and make it seem like it's not that serious, because, again, they want to keep a narrative going, even though the facts show otherwise.
All right, Congressman Mike Lawler, Republican of New York, probably has his vote too. He's a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee and House Financial Services Committee. Good to have you in today.
Thanks for having me.
So let's start here. These two young men are accused of openly saying, at least one of them, that they aligned with ISIS. I mean, these are young people who appear to be living relatively comfortable lives here, traveling overseas, potentially being radicalized. What is attracting young people to this ideology?
Well, it's certainly disturbing. We see here in America, a lot of young people associating with extreme ideology politically. We see it in our college campuses. Mahmoud Khalil, who you just referenced there, was helping lead these protests at Columbia University. And it's not just, in this case, radical Islam. It is a hatred of American values. It is a hatred of Western democracy, of capitalism. It is the oppressed versus the oppressor ideology that we're seeing pick up. And when you see people like Zohran Mamdani, an avowed socialist, becoming mayor of the largest city in America, it speaks to this ideological hold that is certainly taking over our young people. And I think, the mayor's response to this, frankly, is pathetic. He couldn't even muster the courage to call out radical Islam. He was quick to condemn white nationalism, but really could not muster the strength to call out radical Islam. In fact, it was the police commissioner, Jessica Tisch, who made it very clear what this was. This was an ISIS-fueled terror attack that really could have been very deadly, and they made it clear they were trying to go beyond what happened at the Boston Marathon just over a decade ago. So it's disturbing in this moment, especially as we approach the 25th anniversary of 9/11, that this is the world we're living in, and the response by our elected leaders, especially the mayor of New York, is underwhelming to say the least.
Well, but quickly, I want to get to something else, but just quickly, you heard him repeatedly say there no violence of any kind, no extremism of any kind. That wasn't good enough for you?
Yeah, he's also said he is against anti-Semitism, and yet had no problem standing with protesters calling to globalize the Intifada. So I don't really take his words to mean very much. It's his actions, and the fact that he had Mahmoud Khalil for dinner the other night really says more than any words he could put forth.
Okay, that image does speak very loudly. So I want to get to this, because with all of these things happening and bubbling, outrage is building over the Democrats' refusal to fund the Department of Homeland Security. We've got this partial government shutdown. We're now approaching the 1-month mark on that. Support for the agency is more urgent than ever, folks will argue, even as the U.S. Homeland faces heightened threat levels. The Senate expected to vote on appropriations tomorrow. Majority Leader Thune says enough is enough.
This is borderline obnoxious. This is indefensible. It is unjustifiable. And there are American people who are going to hurt as a result of this, and those already who work at these agencies, some 120,000 at one agency alone, that aren't going to get paid for this country to keep the American people safe. I don't get it. I really don't.
Is just one of the agencies affected by the shutdown. It's resulted in travelers facing long lines and heavy delays at some of the airports across the country. Through Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy had this to say.
It's unacceptable. Chuck Schumer has to get off the political bandwagon and start being on the American bandwagon and funding the Department of Homeland Security. It's outrageous, actually. And everyone who stands in that line, they should all call or email Chuck Schumer's office. Say, get this done, Chuck. Enough of me having a 3 or 4 hour wait just to get on a flight with one of our great American airlines.
So listen, I've talked to folks all over Washington. I know you do too. I can't get any indication there are actually talks happening right now. I mean, it was the White House and Senate Democrats, but I can't get anybody to talk about where the off-ramps are, what the negotiations are. Agreement on things like body cams, but not on judicial warrants and others. I mean, is anybody talking?
I just found a video where he is actually talking. This mayor who is a socialist, he is an Indian. He also claimed to be African American before, go figure. But he is going to talk about, I guess, this attack being foiled near his home. And we're going to see what he has to say. Again, he's not going to talk as if it's an urgent situation after all, but let's just see what he got to say.
morning. On Saturday, a protest was held outside Gracie Mansion, where I live with my wife, Rama. Neither of us were home at the time. This was a vile protest rooted in white supremacy entitled Stop the Islamic Takeover of New York City. I'm the first Muslim mayor of our city. Anti-Muslim bigotry is nothing new to me, nor is it anything new for the 1 million or so Muslim New Yorkers who know this city as our home. While I found this protest appalling, I will not waver in my belief that it should be allowed to happen. Ours is a free society where the right to peaceful protest is sacred. It does not belong only to those we agree with. It belongs to everyone. I will defend that right every day that I am mayor, even when those protesting say things that I abhor. Let me also be clear about something else. New York City will never tolerate violence, whether from protests or counter-protests. Many of the counter-protesters met this display of bigotry peacefully, with a vision of a city that is welcoming to all. But a few did not. Two men, Amir Balat and Ibrahim Kayumi, traveled from Pennsylvania and attempted to bring violence to New York City. They are suspected of coming here to commit an act of terrorism. There is video of these two individuals throwing two devices towards the protest. The police department has determined that these were improvised explosive devices made to injure, maim, or worse. Thanks to the swift and decisive actions of NYPD officers at the scene, both men were immediately taken into custody, and the devices they brought taken off of our streets. I want to commend the officers who were on site. They faced a chaotic situation that very quickly could have become far more dangerous. NYPD Chief Aaron Edwards and Sergeant Luis Navarro ran towards the danger so that others could run to safety. They are here with us now, and I want to thank them today publicly as I did yesterday privately, and to thank the dozens of other officers who responded without hesitation. That is courage, that is selflessness, and I'm deeply grateful to both of them and to every member of the NYPD who works every single day to keep New Yorkers safe. As the NYPD continued their investigation yesterday, they found a third suspicious device in a vehicle on East End between 81st and 82nd Street. Out of an abundance of caution, they conducted a number of limited evacuations of nearby buildings before removing the device from the area. Once the device was removed, those evacuated were allowed to return to their homes. I am grateful for their continued work to keep New Yorkers safe. And let me say this plainly. Anyone who comes to New York City to bring violence to our streets will be held accountable in accordance with the law. As this case continues to develop, I will remain in close contact and communication with our police commissioner. I want to say thank you once again to everyone who acted on Saturday to protect their fellow New Yorkers and to uphold the values of this city. Now, I would like to invite Police Commissioner Tisch to say a few words.
That response was lackluster. He didn't have no heart in it. Again, he is not so concerned like he should be. Luckily, there was no unalivings that had happened, but it wasn't from a lack of trying. Let me see what you guys have to say in the chat, and then we'll move forward to the next video. We have Johnny Boy say double tap the screen and subscribe, hit the like button and share. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that. Please do. Please hit that like button. Please support us. This is our channel. It's not just my channel. I'm speaking on behalf of Americans first. I'm not mega. I am American. I am a Black American. I care about all Americans. I care about our future here. And I care about what is going to transpire with this war and other things that are percolating underneath the scene, or the, out of the radar from us even understanding what's going on. You also said, got to support your country. Definitely. You got to support your country. This is all I got. I don't have no other place to run to. So this is why this is it. And this is why I have to support America, because this is my home. And we need people that feel that same way. We don't need people that have other allegiances to other places that they can just get on a plane or get on a boat or get on a train or whatever and sail off into the sunset somewhere else. We need people that's going to be really in it to win it for America first. You said, God bless the American troops, all only kids fighting for what they believe. Yes, God bless all American troops. I wish and pray for safety for all the military people and family that sacrifice their time and their life in hopes to keeping America free. Johnny also says America took responsibility for it. Okay, it was a terrible mistake, but it was not a target as many Trump naysayers are trying to say. So he did take responsibility to the school. I didn't hear that part of the video. If you can tell me where to go to hear that video, let me know, because I have not heard him say that. And I appreciate you telling me that. What's up, Leonard? Thank you, bro, for being here. I really appreciate you. And and what's the other one? Sat Yuck Amera Camera. Okay, I'm not quite sure what that name's all about, but thank you for being here. I really appreciate that. Again, we are on high alert, in my opinion. I think things are going to get a whole lot worse than better behind a lot of people that are here that are not really loving on America like we think they should have when they first got here, and they got refuge from all the things that were happening wrong in their own home countries. They are here and they are deciding to wig out because they're not getting the goodies that they used to get as before with Biden and Kamala. They're wigging out because Trump is putting a line in the sand, and you know, a lot of people feel some kind of way about being told no or being told no more. And here we have Trump. He did a question answer. What day was this? Just 20 hours ago. Just a couple of questions he answered, and we're gonna glean what he had to say before we move forward. Please hit that like button.
Hello, everybody. So the situation in Iran is going very well. A lot of big hits today, a lot of big wins today, as you probably have heard militarily. And I think it's going very well, and so very good control. We'll see what's happening with the Straits. They continue to try and sabotage their own country in the Middle East, but it's been very, very strong militarily.
President, what's your message to voters who may be concerned about the potential for rising gas prices?
Well, I think your gas prices, as soon as that's over, are going to come tumbling down along with everything else. I think it's going to be, you're going to see a very big decrease in the price of gasoline, gas, anything having to do with energy as soon as this is ended. But we had to end the nuclear threat in the Middle East and throughout the world, and we will have done that.
Do you still expect unconditional surrender, and what does that mean to you, sir?
To me, it means very simply that we are in a position of dominance that nobody's ever seen before. And whether or not they're able to say the words or whether or not they're able to even fight, their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, most of their military is gone, their big threat is gone in every way. They have no radar, they have no anti-aircraft weapons, for the most part weapons, and for indefinitely they have no way of determining what they call visibility. So just about everything is gone, and you'll see that. But today we've had some very, very big hits, very powerful hits.
Mr. President, when will the Navy start escorting tankers through the Straits of Hormuz?
President, have you spoken with Chinese President Xi about the Iran war?
Have, and we're discussing a couple of different things with him. Not only that, but other things.
On the SAVE Act, if Leader Thune cannot whip up the Republican support to either nuke the filibuster, reopen the government and pass the SAVE Act, or somehow...
It's called the Save America Act.
You're right, sir. Do you think if Leader Thune can't accomplish that, do you think the Senate needs a new leader?
It's certainly a very popular thing. I don't think there's ever been a bill that's more popular than the Save America Act. It's voter ID. It's proof of citizenship. It's things that are so popular. No men and women sports. No transgender mutilization of our children. So many different things. It's so good. No running around with the mail-in ballot nonsense that's gone on for so long that no other country does. No other country. We're going to clean up our elections. I don't think I've ever been involved in anything that's had the support of the Save America Act. So we'll see what happens.
How regularly are you speaking with Prime Minister Netanyahu? And are your objectives the same in terms of ending the war?
I think they might be a little different, I guess. You know, they're a different country than we are. But he will tell you there's never been a power like the power of the United States. I built our military in my first term, continue to do so. But I built our military and rebuilt it. It was in bad shape. Just like the wall, just like the border, just like everything else in our country, was all in bad shape. But I rebuilt the military in my first term, and we're using it in this term to, you know, really for the sake of good, for the sake of peace, and for the sake of safety and good.
Daily? Do you speak with Netanyahu daily?
How long now do you think the war is likely to last?
I can't tell you that. I mean, I have my own idea, but what good does it do? It'll be as long as it's necessary. They've been decimated. Their country's in bad shape. The whole thing is collapsing. If you read some of the fake news, it's like, oh, they're doing wonderfully. They're not doing wonderfully. They're doing the opposite. They're doing as bad as you can have. I would say this. I won't give you time, but we're way ahead of schedule.
Can you comment on
way ahead of schedule?
Didn't Putin make an offer to you this week that he would be willing to send in troops to take the uranium and store it?
I can't talk to you about
Sir, you made a post about Claudia Sheinbaum refusing your help in Mexico. What's your plan with Mexico?
Well, she should not have refused my help. I offered to get rid of the cartels in Mexico, and for some reason she doesn't want to do that. I like her very much, but she should get rid of the cartels because the cartels are, whether we like it or not, the cartels are running Mexico. We can't have that. Thank you.
Okay. Wow. So as y'all know, there's a lot of debate going on, different hearings that's being had. And there was Graham, who grilled an immigration expert over Obama's deportations, because a lot of people like to bring up Trump deporting people, but they failed to remember how President Obama also deported 3 million people, you know, because they want Trump to be the bad guy in the regard of, you know, the sovereignty of America, caring about who's let in and who's here. They're trying to say he's a racist and all of these things. But President Obama, who is half white and half African, Kenyan, he also deported 3 million people from America. And this is going to get very interesting to listen to, but just listen to, you know, again, it's hypocrisy of the Democrats. In other words, they only want to be the ones that's in control and make whatever laws, you know, when they make it seem legitimate. But whenever Trump comes and talks about these things that's happening to America that was caused by the Democrats, they have other things to say. But listen to what the grilling was of Graham. Please hit the like button, please share and subscribe. Let's go.
Testimony. We'll do 5-minute rounds. Mr. Beer, is it accurate that Barack Obama deported 3 million people when he was president?
Those are total removals, not people deported from the interior.
What does that mean?
Well, there are people deported from the borders who never lived in the United States.
Were there people deported inside the United States?
Well, I mean, I think it's a little bit unfair to compare people deported at the border versus people in the interior. I think Jessica would agree with
listen. You don't want to answer a question, that's fine, but don't tell me what's fair and unfair. Bottom line, did he use judicial warrants to deport anybody? When he deported somebody interior, did he have a judicial warrant?
No.
No. Why? Because it's stupid. Mr. Wolf, tell me what would happen if we adopted his approach, you can't deport anybody unless you have a judicial warrant. Would that be effectively the end of deportation?
I think it would. I mean, if you just look
Don't you think that's what they want to do?
in part, absolutely.
Yeah, I think these people over here want to stop deportation.
So if you just look at the 1.5 or 1.6 million individuals here with a final order of removal, right? They've been through the judicial process. They've been to an immigration judge, probably an immigration board of appeals. And every time the judge says you don't have a legal right to be here, if you had to get a judicial warrant for each one of those, you'd be here for the next 20 years trying to remove the those 1.6.
But when a Democrat says you need a judicial warrant to deport somebody, they're turning. Obama didn't do it, did he?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No, he didn't, because it's impossible. You just stop the whole system. You're not trying to reform ICE. You're trying to stop deportations. If it were up to you, we'd have more illegal immigrants. I hope people are paying attention to what the hell's going on in this country. Sheriff, tell me about what it's like to live next to a sanctuary county.
Well, we're the only ones that actually work with ICE and are able to get people out based on our 287G. Turn them over to ICE. We arrest them for criminal violations outside of their immigration status. They come and they pick them up and they're gone. And I'll tell you, it's made a big difference.
Well, those laws that you're enforcing, were they on the books before Trump became president?
Yes.
So all these laws were there before Trump became president. Obama used them. Now, when we use them, all of a sudden we're Nazis. I think people see through this. Do you believe sanctuary city policy is bad for crime, Mr. Chapman?
I do. I think the ability. If you look at us and compare it to our next door neighbor, there I think maybe have notified ICE maybe about 7 times. Last year was 184 times for us. Those are people that could have been released back to our community that could have committed other crimes. And we don't need that here. It's irresponsible of me to allow that to happen and let these people back in our community.
Ms. Vaughn, how would you? What's your takeaway about sanctuary city policy? What damage has it done to our country, if any?
Well, there's the cost of the lives lost to illegal aliens who were released by sanctuaries. That's priceless. There's the fiscal.
This case behind me, Jelani, is that his name? He should have been deported. Do you agree, Ms. Vaughn?
Absolutely, yes.
You're talking about suing somebody who's been abused by the government. Why don't we sue local prosecutors who put this in motion? I'd love to do that. So I'm going to try to find a way to give victims a chance to go to court when a local prosecutor puts back on the streets somebody with 30 priors. Do you support that idea, empowering people?
I do. I think that would be an effective deterrent to sanctuary policies because they're adopted.
Make these counties and cities pay.
Right. They're adopted for political reasons, not public safety reasons.
Yeah, what's the upside of ignoring federal law and keeping people like this out of federal custody? It's a political choice. So let me ask you this question. There was a clerk of court, Mr. Wolf, in Kentucky that did not want to issue a marriage license to a gay couple in spite of the fact the Supreme Court said that gay marriage was legal. And she went to jail. Do you think that's a good outcome? Should she have gone to jail for refusing to obey the law?
I think it's important to obey the law.
Yeah, I do too. And when I suggested that the clerk of court, who had a religious view, that she could not in good conscience issue a marriage license to a gay couple, even though the law required, she needed to get out of her job. Boy, what a great guy I was then. Now the shoe's on the other foot. All of a sudden, that's not a good idea. What you want to do is just ignore the laws you don't like. Is that where we're headed, Mr. Wolf?
I believe it is.
Well, let's stop it now. Let's end this madness. There's no upside to sanctuary cities. It's all downside. Senator Merkley.
That's a fact. That's absolutely a fact. But I'm about to show y'all something really funny, just to lighten the load of what you guys have been seeing for the past hour and a half or so. James Carville did he did a snippet of a video where he talked about how he hates Trump. And I want to play a very funny video. Let me see if I can find it. He looks like Skeletor to me. I thought he was gone a long time ago. I was really shocked to even hear that he still has a voice in the land of the living. But he is definitely still here, and he is upset with Trump. He is not playing no more. And I just thought that this was so funny when I saw this. I said, no, he did not. He definitely is unhinged in this video. Hold on. Definitely unhinged. But I wish that he would. Damn, why is it doing that? Hold on. Oh, silly. Hit that like button. Enjoy this real quick.
Arrangement syndrome. I hate the mother. And you know what? I don't want to get rid of it. I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. I want to hate him more. I pray to God in heaven, God reign the righteous reign of Trump derangement syndrome. Pray for me, Lord. I'm your vessel on this earth. Pray for the people that listen to this. We want more. We want to hate the son of a so much that we can't see straight. You're right. I got Trump derangement syndrome. I hate the mother. And you know what? I don't want to get rid of it. I don't want to get better. I want to get worse. I want to hate him more. I pray to God in heaven, God reign the righteous reign of Trump derangement syndrome. Pray for me, Lord. I'm your vessel on this earth. Pray for the people that listen to this. We want.
Oh, wow. I honestly thought that he was on his last legs the last time I paid attention to him. Back when Obama was president, I did not know that this man was still even alive, but he has all this vigor and hatred to Trump. That shit was hilarious. Anyways, I thought I would share that with you. But you know, Texas has been really, really busy. One of the states that's not playing around with immigration anymore. And there is a Texas congressman who is demanding an end to all immigration now. And again, I honestly feel that we are needing a break, probably for a few years before we allow others to come over here. Because I believe that we need to sort through what we got already here, you know, working out, getting rid of the ones that don't need to stay, you know, and everything like that. I don't think that we should be compounding an issue with keeping thousands upon people coming here continuously. What benefit is it to us to do that? And so there is a congressman that's addressing that in Texas, and I'm going to play that video real quick. This comes from Benny Johnson. Shout out to him. And we're going to look at this video. Please hit that like, please share, subscribe.
Going on, man? I say big problems ahead just because, like, we see the maps of what's going on in Texas, and we see that there's the most mosques being built in any place on earth that are being built in Texas. And so, as Attorney General, you really you're going to have to be in charge of securing your state and keeping your state, Texas, and safe. Obviously, one of the deadly terrorist attacks that struck the country happened in Austin. How are you going to be doing that, Congressman?
Yeah, Benny, great to be on. First of all, obviously, praying for the victims of these terrorists around the country and thanking the great heroes like you just described at Old Dominion, the cops here in Austin that went after the property of a log terrorist. And this stuff's going to keep happening. It has been happening on steroids the last 2 weeks. This country has failed its people from top to bottom. Its leadership has failed its people by importing terrorists, 4.5 million people from majority Muslim countries since 9/11. No rational or sane country would do that. And this is something some of us have been screaming from the mountaintops for a while. Since I've been in Congress, since before I was in Congress, I've been fighting legal immigration. Republicans for too long have said, oh, well, we got to close the border and stop illegal immigration. But I am a champion of legal immigration. And we ended up with the SIV program. And we ended up with diversity visas. And we ended up with chain migration. And we ended up bringing people from all corners of the world, regardless of doing any vetting whatsoever about their adherence to Sharia law, which you just described, or anything else with respect to their who they're going to actually pledge their allegiance to. And we know it, and we're seeing it right now unfold. So as Attorney General, I will build off of what I've been doing in Congress, right? I introduced the CARE bill to defund or take away their tax benefits. I introduced the PAUSE Act to pause all immigration until we fix our system, especially the other bill that I introduced, vetting people for adherence to Sharia law, which, by the way, is the vast majority of Muslims. We have to be honest here. We can't beat around the bush. We can be legalistic. We can be, importantly, defensive of the First Amendment. You can believe what you want to believe, but what you cannot believe, what you cannot profess, is something that is diametrically opposed to the Declaration, Constitution, the rule of law. And if your motive is undermining Western civilization, which is the motive of the Islamist, the motive of the Muslim Brotherhood, then that is something we must stop. So I'm going to continue to call for it, pause it all. I applaud the president for pausing immigration from a good number of countries. We need to be much more robust. We need to codify that pause. We need to codify the vetting of Sharia law. We need to codify the border security provisions, which right now have not been codified. And yes, we need to pass the SAVE Act to ensure that only American citizens are voting in American elections. This issue has been front and center for me in Congress. As Attorney General, I'll fight it. And one more piece. We've got to go after the money. As Attorney General, I will open up the books with the power of the AG's office, of every one of these nonprofits, all of these NGOs, not just CARE, not just the Muslim Brotherhood. There are 600 organizations, according to my friend Amy Meck with RARE, if you follow Amy. There is a significant number of organizations in Texas that are flowing dollars to push the advancement, the Islamification of Texas. It's a political ideology designed to flip Texas. And if they flip Texas, they flip America, they flip the West, and they achieve their objectives, which they believe is actually called for in their religious faith. We have to recognize a war if you want to win it.
Yes. So talk to me more about that. Islam as a political tool, not as a religion, but as a colonization vector of places like Texas. We've seen that, of course, places all throughout Europe. It's less of a religion and it's more of a colonization political tool for power, and it's used in conjunction with leftists and Marxists. Can you explain how did that work?
Yeah, I mean, the Red-Green Alliance is much studied, but a lot of people haven't paid attention to it. We all look back and we sit back and we support the president while we believe and hope that we're winning a kinetic war in Iran. Complex, got to deal with the Straits of Hormuz. We've got to deal with oil and gas. Got to deal with what's going on with their attacks on other countries in the Middle East. But that's a kinetic war that we believe we can win. But right now, the Muslim Brotherhood and all of its spawn, all of the groups that are pushing the Islamification of the West, they're winning that war. I want to pause there. I want everybody to hear that. We are losing the war that is being waged against us to come here, take over our political institutions, invade our schools, invade our universities, invade our local political regimes, and then build Islamic societies within our Judeo-Christian country and try to flip it from within. Go back to the 1991 Muslim Brotherhood memo. They laid out the case. Listen to the imams in America who are flat out saying it, siding with Iran, pointing out that they will in fact flip America, that they have a plan to flip America, and all of that funding, international funding, some of our own funding that we allow tax dollars and other money to flow into these organizations, Soros, the Wren Collective, all of those things that are pushing leftist DAs and prosecutors, they're all part of similar and overlapping networks. I'm grateful the Trump administration is looking into a lot of that, but we've got to be much more aggressive in Texas than we have been. It's not a criticism. Some people look at me and they go, "Ooh, are you criticizing Texas leaders?" I'm criticizing everybody in this country that has allowed the massive wave of Muslims to come into our country in the 25 years since they killed 3,000 Americans. And they've done it because the Chamber of Commerce demanded it. And they've done it because people feel good in their touchy-feely narratives, including a lot of soft Christians, whether they're Catholic or Protestant, who go, oh, we should let people in. The SIVs, the Afghans, but we don't do any vetting. And we let people in who want to undermine and flip our country. No rational country would do that. So we've got to stop it, cut the money off. We've got to change our immigration laws. But in Texas, enforce the law, stop the Deceptive Trade Practices Act, stop their blatant violation of zoning issues, attack them for violating the First Amendment because they're establishing a Sharia-only neighborhood and community. Go after them, cut the funding off, and be very clear that's not going to exist in Texas.
So,
and everywhere. Let's be clear. We need to do that every state of America. We need to be like that because we've been too loose with allowing everybody and anybody to get over here and do whatever they like to do. And that's why people are clowning and acting out because they feel like they are entitled to have rights that they are not deserving of. They act like they've been here for hundreds of years. They act like they have blood, sweat, and tears. They're doing the most. Not only is it the Muslim countries, but it's also, other countries that Christian or, Islamic combined or Africa, like I say, they come over here. These foreign blacks. Well, I don't like to say they're black, but melanated. They come over here, they cosplay as Black Americans, they utilize our governmental name given to us, which we are now delineating from African American. We do not, no longer, y'all, for those that are confused, maybe you need to catch up. Most Black Americans do not care to be called African American, and now we're trying to rename ourselves for the first time. And there's a movement online to delineate from foreign melanated people to where we are not going to, claim to be them and they claim to be us because that's erasure of our identity. I like to call ourselves Indigenous American Blacks, meaning indigenous to the creation of America. We've been here since the beginning of the creation of America, and we're not immigrants. We came here by force, and that many of us were already here who were also enforced to be enslaved. And through the generations of time, we have intermingled with other races of people, such as the white Americans and also Native Americans, or also Aboriginal Black Americans that were already here. And we are distinct people, separate from other melanated groups of people around the globe. And people have been really upset that we are standing tall, claiming our own identity because they think that they should be able to dictate and regulate who we say we are, because they have other agendas that is not a benefit to us, but a benefit to them. And they want to treat us like we slaves and we ain't nobody. And we shouldn't name ourselves. And they're pissed off that we have collectively decided to name ourselves separate from being called African American, because we see the writing on the wall that so many other people have been utilizing the African American term. Mainly, you got President Obama claimed to be an African American. He doesn't have nothing to do with the chattel slavery or the enslavement or the generational lineage of American Black folks that were here. He came here way after the fact. His father was from Kenya. His mom was from Kansas, and she's a white woman, have no connection to Black Americans whatsoever, but he claimed to be the first African American president. And after he was president, our eyes awoke, the scales fell off, and we started understanding that we've been manipulated and we have been used and abused and like overly chewed gum. He only claimed to be us to solidify his presidency. But once he became president, he started helping out every other group but us. He helped out the LGBTQ and whatever name you want to call it. He helped out other immigrant groups, but he left Black Americans totally alone. And then you had Kamala Harris try to play the same game, claiming to be so-called African American, and that was a literal joke. This woman's mom is from India. Her father looks white and something else from Jamaica, has no connection whatsoever to America. And yet they put and cloak themselves with the African American term and try to, sham Black Americans into believing that we're all the same. And we decided to understand that this is a gimmick and it is a sham. It's a hustle. It's a lie. It's deliberate manipulation. And we decided to not vote at all for Kamala Harris. Many people decided not to go to the voting booths. They decided to sit on their couch and let whatever happened happen. Me, myself, and I voted for Trump for the first time in this past election because I did not want a fake, fraudulent individual claiming to be me become president. I thought that was very disrespectful for her to attempt to do. And I wanted to make sure that my vote counted against her. And people that are here among us that are not American born for generations do not care about America like I do, or others that are calling themselves Indigenous American Blacks or Foundational Black Americans or American descendants of slaves. They don't have nothing to lose like we do. But they come over here trying to become empowered in the political sphere, and they're becoming governors and mayors and all these other things, and they're going against the American Black folks, such as myself. For instance, we got Mayor Bass of LA recently allowing monies that she's trying to get to divvy out to Asian folks. That's right, Asian folks. She looks the part of a Black American, but her heart is not in it. She has sold us out. Let me put this down. Karen Bass gives $1 million, $1 million to Asian people. And all the times when we talk to these people that are Democrats and we say we need to be helped, we need attention as well, they got all the excuses under the sun as to why they can't help us, that they got to include everybody else. But what they're doing is they're only helping other people over us. And now they're feeling some kind of way about us not voting for Jasmine Crockett and all these other clowns that they bring to us. We don't give a damn about so-called black skin no more because we see the gimmick and we see the hustle, and we're not playing into the same mindset as before. We have awoken for the first time and everybody's upset about it. They're trying to say that we're MAGAs. They're trying to say that we're racist. They're trying to say that we're Russian bots and all this other craziness. I'm a real live person that's telling you that I've seen the evolution of what the Democrats were doing against Black Americans, anti-Black American. And I finally said, hell to the no. Here we have KTLA 5 explain that the Los Angeles Mayor Bass announced $1 million award to prevent homelessness. Not for everybody. No. That would have been decent. But for Asians. That's what she announced, that she's awarding this little Tioco Service Center to help expand homelessness prevention services, who are all Asian related. This funding will support low-income renters at a risk of losing their homes, including seniors, families with young children, people with disabilities, immigrants, and households with limited English proficiency. We're not going to solve this problem without a comprehensive approach, and the comprehensive approach begins with the preventing people from falling to be homeless in the first place, she says. Again, this is for Asian folks. Nobody mentioned whatsoever is a Black American, is a white American, is a vet American that's homeless. No. She's carved out the resources to benefit Asian Pacific Islanders and that community there. And I don't know if her nationality, let me look her up, by the way. I know she was married to a Hispanic before, but does she include herself as being a Black American? If she is a Black American, she's a sellout. Point blank, period. Let me look it up. Karen Bass is, let me see, I'm going to put down has immigrant background. Let me see if it comes up as so. Let's see what the hell is going on with her. Oh, she comes up as being a so-called African American serving in the state legislature. So she is just a flat out sellout. But she was married to a Latino man before. So she has a family filled with half Latinos, and she has an allegiance to immigrants now. All kinds of immigrants, but not Black Americans. And this is why we need to get them the fuck out of our faces and out of the office, because they're not serving all of us fairly. And that's what we mean about delineation. We cannot look at a Black-skinned person anymore and say they got our back, because we know better. They're utilizing their skin to trick us into believing that they got our back when they're stabbing us in the back as quick as possible and helping out other groups of people over us and telling us to shut up and vote for them. You know what I mean? Very disrespectful. That's all we get from these types of people. And this is why we have decided to delineate. And this is why I mainly got a channel, because I did not want to have non-Indigenous American Blacks that don't want to rock for Americans first to have a say in what I'm saying over me. I don't want them representing me and misrepresenting my words and my thoughts, claiming that we all think the same way that they represent when we don't. I don't rock with immigrants first, period. I don't rock with anybody that's not American first. I don't rock with people that don't give a damn about Black Americans, Indigenous to America. I don't rock with none of y'all. So this is what we got going on. And speaking of which, we have Joy Reid that was recently on 154 Africa, who was posing as a Black American who is half Congolese and also from the Caribbean. And she was doing the most, speaking up for us when she should be speaking about Africans in Africa or the Caribbean. Like, can we please breathe? We don't need y'all speaking up for us. We don't want y'all speaking up for us. We don't care how much education you have and how many languages you can speak and all that kind of thing. If you're so good and so smart, we feel collectively that y'all need to utilize your skills and go back to your homeland and help fix it. The issue is they have decided to scapegoat Black Americans as the primary issue and why they can't get their shit together. typical gaslighting that they do. And now we are deciding not to fall for that. We don't give a damn about what a Pan-African has to say because we're not Pan-African. We feel that if you are Pan-African, like Umar Johnson claims he is, perhaps he should take his ass to Ghana, where he got his recent citizenship, and go do something over there in Ghana. But he never wants to go. He always wants to say we're brainwashed. We don't know who we are. We're real Africans and all this shit. We cannot be all Africans when we're mixed up with different races of people. We got literally like 3 to 4 different bloodlines running through us. And somehow Africans want us to forget about all of that and claim them and bow down to them and worship them because they want to have ownership over us. They want to have authority over us. And so they came out with a campaign in 2019 with the year of return in Ghana to try to get us to believe that they cared when they don't. They're leveraging these people that are signing up for citizenship. They're leveraging the people that are signing up for residency. They're trying to get this connection to us so that they can have their hand in trying to usurp our reparations claim and our claim to be an American. And I've been talking about this since I came to YouTube back in 2018. I lost a couple of channels. This is like my 3rd or 4th channel, but it still aligns with what I've been saying. And I just want people that's out there to know, if you are a foreign melanated person and you are listening to me, I don't dislike you. I just don't want you thinking you can regulate me. I don't think that you should have any say in what I call myself. And I don't think that you should have any say in what I would do with reparation money if I get it or not. Who are you to me? Nobody. If you feel so strong about regulating anyone, you need to go get the migrants that are, self-deleting themselves, trying to get over here to America or the UK and all these other places, gather them up and talk to them about your expertise and your wisdom and knowledge of what you think you know. Because we, as Black Americans, don't give a damn about what you think you know, because we're not trying to align ourselves with you. And that's not trying to be, what's the word? Xenophobic. It's just being real. It's just being real. I want y'all to listen to what Joy Reid had to say, though. This video is gone viral. Again, it's peculiar to me that 154 is now a mainstream type of video or channel that is talking about Black Americans a lot. And Joy Reid came on trying to give her spill about what we're to think on. And again, she is not us. She does not share our ancestry. She does not share our ancestors, but she thinks she has all the answers as they try to present themselves as being so knowledgeable, but they're not. And we don't need them to be trying to talk down to us. We need them to go do something about their home country and leave us the hell alone. That's what we need.
They don't really get along always, but they intermarried, and so they're very Indian. They're very sort of Indian and Black mixed culture, and the cultures are exactly the same. So even though it's on the South America landmass, it's physically on the landmass, but the culture is Caribbean. Yes, the culture is no different from Trinidad.
No, that rape and pillaging is no joke.
It's no joke. I mean, they created these the largest number of Black enslaved people is Brazil.
Brazil, that's right.
Right, and so there were far more Brazilian enslaved people than in the United States of America, but they were in Canada. They were all throughout the Caribbean. They created so Jamaica, Trinidad, Barbados, like all these countries that were British colonies, the British Virgin Islands, these are all the colonies they created. And the cultures are very similar. They have a lot of redundancy, but the places where when black people got free, they replaced them with Indians.
Right.
Trinidad and Guyana are two of those places. And now the Indians and blacks don't really get along. They sort of fight for dominance.
Insanely stupid because we all eat plantain.
We all eat plantain.
Well, everybody's connected by the big banana. The big banana connects us all. Everyone eating plantain. You are African, whether you like it or not. Your makeup's gonna get messed up. It's plantain. It's maduros. It's plantain. Plátano. It's tostones. Why are you messing up her makeup, man? You know where else? You know where else we're seeing that though? That same type of division where you're talking about the Indians and with the blacks and the black and Indians. We're seeing the same thing here in the United States though, with black Africans, black immigrants. We're seeing a lot of that, and a lot of that has to. We were talking about that. There's not a lot of information. I don't say information, teachings of colonialism and how colonialism destroyed Africa. And likewise in Africa, there's not like a lot of going on about the civil rights, right? Because you're all the way in Africa. So when the two come together, it's like, this thing that's happened, And
I think the difference is that there are three sort of sets of black people that are in the diaspora. They're the Africans who were enslaved in their own home.
Yes.
If you were Kikuyu or you were, a Xhosa person in South Africa, they enslaved your ass right there. And when they were done enslaving you, you got rid of them for the most part. They either left or they left behind their colonial system, but they colonized you in your own place where you live. Then you have the people who were stolen, and you either went to a country like a Brazil or to the Caribbean, and so you experienced just...
Already, she's given this misinformation about being stolen. The few people that made it to America, which was 3%, were sold by these people complacent and partaking in the slave trade. And what we're finding is that these lying ass, scamming ass Africans are trying to rewrite history and what they partook in because they want to attach themselves to us. They want to act like they are representative, even though we never told them we want them representing us, which is very disrespectful. If we didn't call, why are you claiming to represent us? But you got Ghana claiming to go to the UN soon to claim reparation claims when they partook with the slave trade, being very disrespectful. And you have these two, Godfrey and the other guy, who are Nigerian, who is the bloodline of slave traders. But they're going to sit up here and let this lying Jezebel claim that, people were stolen. And they're going to let it rock. Because, again, they have an agenda. They don't care how they get to taking over us. Whether it's a lie or whatever, they're willing to do whatever it takes. And that's why I don't respect Africans, a lot of them. I like only a few handfuls in my whole lifetime, literally 2 or 3 I've ever liked. Because most of them are scheming and scamming, and they're doing too much. But listen to her continue to lie.
Horrific, degrading slavery, but that was about enslaving people and then using their bodies up and then letting them die and then going and getting more. And so you had a more holistically black culture because you really maintained your Africanness in a lot of ways. And then when you died, they just went and got a different person. You weren't like being bred like cattle. Chattel slavery really only took place in the United States and Canada, but mainly, right? And so this is a different mentality. These people were told that slavery was...
Again, how would she know what the mentality is when she's not us? How the fuck can she form her lips to claim she can think on what our mentality is if she's not us? They all think that they're expertise over us because they think that they are our rulers and our overlords and all of that. And this is why we clash with Africans that think that they have a right to tell us whatever to think. Like, push the fuck on. We don't care for your thoughts and views because you cannot get in my mind and my spirit to know what the hell I'm on and what I think. But she's trying to craft out a lie about her so-called thoughts and expertise about what we're on when she can't know what we're on because she's not us. She's not us, period.
Endemic to being black. The African Americans were sort of taught or told that just being black or having any African ancestry meant that you were endemically a slave forever. That was not the case as much in the Caribbean or in Africa. Right. They knew they had a thousands-year-old culture in these African countries to fall back on to say, we're not endemically enslaved people. We don't come from slavery. Right. Whereas in America, they tried to cut them off from their Africanness and say the Africanness doesn't matter. You're just a slave. Your whole history.
We're saying that the Africanness doesn't matter. And we didn't get that from the white man. I'm telling you, nobody has ever called me. Nobody's ever brought me in their office or their room to tell me to think on what I feel when it comes to Africans. I don't care about any lineage connected to Africa, like I don't care about any lineage connected to Europe or any lineage connected to Indians. All I know and all I care about is the names that I can derive from the people that's on the soil of America, connected to my bloodline and connected to my people here in America. That's all I care to know. That's all I care. You can't dictate to me what's important and pertinent for me to know or care about. You don't get to have that privilege to do. But these clowns are trying to reinvent this idea that they are like diagnosing Black Americans and what our issues are. But this same woman, her family is from Congo and another Caribbean, I guess Guyanese or whatever it's called. But she doesn't want to talk about those issues. She wants to skip all of that to hyper focus on people that's not related to her. And that's why a lot of us look at you Africans like y'all are obsessed with us. You are consumed by us, and we're sick of y'all. We want y'all to move the fuck on from us and talk about your own home country or talk about your own people and your own issues, because you are not us and we're not caring about your thoughts. Like, for real, get up off of us, get off my clique and get off of other people's DICKs, okay? Let's go.
As a slave, you never learn anything about what your ancestral origins were or what kingdoms you came from. You never learned that. You just learned slavery, 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 slavery. And so black slavery in the U.S. was just unique.
Yeah.
But the other thing I think that people who are from, like where our families are from, what they don't recognize is that that kind of slavery caused African Americans to produce, I would say, the most dominant cultural force that's ever lived.
And that's why we see it spread. That's why we see it spread everywhere.
It's everywhere, and it doesn't come. And it comes from Africa endemically, right? The food, the rice, the dishes.
It don't come from Africa. That's again them trying to recreate and trying to make it seem like we're like connected to them. We're not. We started off from scratch. We develop our own music, our own lingo, our own culture, minus any connection to Africa. They're trying so hard to claim whatever we have accomplished here in America. That's their leveraging that they're attempting to do, which is a lie. Okay, they're trying to act like we're their people, and we're telling you we don't claim you. I'm sorry, but we do not claim you. And don't get mad because y'all don't claim other people over there in Africa. You don't claim the bordering people next to you. You don't claim people that's in and residing in your own country right next to you. But y'all want to get upset when we say we don't claim you. That's gaslighting, that's being dishonest, and that's being disrespectful. And we're not falling for none of it. I'm just letting y'all know that if it all comes to a head, we're going to end up suing Africa. We don't want to go that route. We don't need to go that route. But if you guys keep on assuming the way that you're going, I believe that in the end, we're going to collectively come together and sue y'all. Because y'all are very disrespectful and dismissive about what we're telling you. And what we're telling you is we are our own people, just like you are your own people in your own tribe. You don't get to like show up in America and try to rewrite history and try to tell us to listen to y'all and fall in line with what you say and how you want us to be and do what you say, not as you do. You don't connect to other people over there in Africa. You don't utilize Pan-Africanism over there in Africa. You don't care about the people struggling and starving in Sudan right now. You don't care about how people make their way in Congo right now. But you so hyper obsessing over Black Americans because it's all about what we got, the potential of what we can get. And you guys want to have first dibs. And so now you're playing this game that we are all one. We're not all one. Get the fuck on. Okay, I'm so glad in a way that this immigration situation is coming about to where you guys are understanding you're not us. You're getting deported and we're not being deported because we're American, okay? And y'all needed to understand and see that. And I'm glad that Americans can see that so that we don't get confused any longer about your lies about we all one, because we're not one. You're not one with your own country, and you're damn sure not one with me and my people, okay? Let's go.
The oxtail, everything, there's an Africanness to it, but its origin story is America. Yeah. And so they create this thing that is, up until a certain point, we didn't even say African American when I was growing up. People would say, they used to say.
Yeah, everybody knows that Black Americans always and always will call ourselves Black Americans. Even when Jesse Jackson's punk ass came aboard to claim that we needed to change our name to African Americans, I have never ceased calling myself Black American. The only difference is now I add my name to being indigenous or foundational because I want us to understand that we're not immigrants and we are not deportable, and we have everything in this soil that we have done, and that we do not want people to take advantage of what we created and claim it to be theirs, because that's what a lot of Africans are calling themselves doing. I'm hearing Africans claiming that they made and created R&B. The fuck is going on with this picture? Claiming that they created jazz. You guys didn't even have the instruments. Come on. You did not even have the instruments to produce the music of jazz, to produce R&B. You weren't not lyrically sound like we are. You did not create rap. You didn't create a goddamn thing. But because you guys have not done nothing for many, 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 many hundreds of years, you're trying to like leech upon us as if that's called unity. It's called thievery. It's not called unity. But we had Jesse Jackson, who he just recently passed away. Rest in peace to him. But I never respected him after he claimed we were African American. After that, I stopped liking him, literally. I stopped liking him. And I just found this small little video of him claiming the 3 E's. I guess he was on a Pan-African trip. But I have heard that he was actually a card-wielding individual that was a Cherokee Indian. And at the same time of carrying a card with a different identity, he was still spewing the lie that we were connected to Africa. And that's why I think a lot of confusion has come about because of Jesse Jackson. We weren't confused until that name was brought into the atmosphere. That's when people started being confused about who they were, what allegiance they should have, and all of that because of the introduction of African American to us.
your 3 E's. Well, my point is that we must be ethnic, which is our blackness, accept our African roots, our African heritage, get all of the psychological self-esteem that we need out of being black. Have our natural hairdos and our symbols of blackness, but you got to go beyond being ethnic. You must also be ethical. Cain and Abel were ethnic. They were 2 brothers, came out the same mother's womb, but they were not ethical, and so they killed each other. So in addition to being ethnic, you must be ethical, but beyond that, you must be excellent.
And what's so funny about that is no other group is ethical to us. Yet he's telling us we got to be above and beyond for everybody else. He took on this notion of the multicolored rainbow coalition where he cared about everybody else, and then he basically abandoned Black Americans. So that's why I lost respect for Jesse Jackson, because he was full of shit. And I believe that he was told to be this way by the Democrats, and that's why we're in the shithole that we're in right now with this notion of immigration and how the Black Caucus, the NAACP, and everybody else is so concerned about immigrant groups and aliens, but they don't give a damn about Black Americans no more. They have left us asunder, left us with nothing. And this is the talk of what he was on, and this is why I lost faith and respect for Jesse Jackson.
Because in the last analysis, the only thing that will protect you from genocide is to be necessary. I mean, whether you're in America, in Africa, and wherever, your life chances are increased by being excellent. Now, you may not survive even if you are not excellent, but you're almost guaranteed to get wiped out if you're not excellent. I mean, that which has protected a Hank Aaron, that which protected a Willie Mays, that which has sustained a Muhammad Ali, that which has made a Ralph Bunche go down into the annals of science, or George Washington Carver, is in spite of a racist society not liking their ethnicity, their excellence was of such that even their enemies had to respect where they were coming from.
Again, he lost the mark with reclassifying us against our will. And I believe that because Jesse Jackson got away with doing it in 1988, that the Africans thought that they were going to be able to do it again. That's why they're so upset that we have denounced African American, because they had plans to try to make us over into Africans. And we're telling y'all flat out, that ain't happening. That's not happening. Not on my watch. Not on my watch. I'm not African. I'm multi-raced. I have a lot of different ethnicities in me. And I'm not putting African on a pedestal for you to feel like you need to have ownership over me. I want my own autonomy. I want my own identity. I want my own narrative. And it's not going to work out trying to collaborate with people that's trying to take over our narrative and our identity and be over us because they think that they should be over us because they think they're better. That's where we're at. That's why a lot of Africans are having issues with Black Americans now, because we finally woke up and we see the movements of what you're doing, and we're telling you hell to the no. Go get those migrants and get those people in your own home country to go dictate to them. Go wag your fingers to them. Go to the governments and talk shit to them. Don't come over here to little old us and tell us what you think we ought to do, because we don't respect you like that. We don't even know you like that, and we don't care to know you like that, okay? It is the truth. Let's get back to this Joy Reid liar and how they are talking again about Black Americans. Everybody's obsessed about explaining our ideology and our thoughts and our beliefs when they're not even us. Make that make sense. Make it make sense.
We didn't even say African American when I was growing up. People would say, they used to say Negro, then they said African American, and Blacks kind of rejected that. The term that Black Americans like is Black.
They like Black, yep.
And even though they know that we like Black, they don't like calling us Black. Why is that? She just admitted she knows that Black Americans don't like being called African Americans, but yet she still calls us African Americans. All these Africans are still calling us African Americans because they, again, are disrespectful, they're dismissive, and they think that they should be having authority over us. And that's the issue right there. Go on about your business to your home country and regulate over there.
It rolls over.
Jesse brought up African American, Jesse Jackson.
Yeah, it was this idea of saying we're African, but in America. Yeah. But African, when I was growing up, being African was not cool. Us little sort of Africans.
We got made fun of.
So they were.
And that's a lie, Sherry. Ain't no people are people. People are an identity. People that classify themselves in a certain light. For instance, me claiming myself to be Indigenous American Black or Indigenous Black American, you can see that the emphasis is on America, of the soil. If you call yourself African American, you don't have an anchor. You are everywhere but in your right mind of thinking. You are lost. They wanted us to be confused. That's why that term was used. And that's why people that come over here think that they're entitled to what we've done, because we're not real Americans, because that African is over America, an American. But this is what I'm saying, is that we should get rid and denounce firmly African American, because we never described ourselves as that. We never named ourselves as that. And I want us to take control over our identity, which we're doing with this delineation movement. Again, the biggest name that's out there now is Foundational Black American. I like to call us Indigenous American Black. There's other people that call themselves American descendants of slaves. We're taking our power back from everybody that think that they have a right to dictate to us anything. And I think that we needed to do that because people were treating us like we were still slaves. And this is what is calling and defining yourself for the first time, is taking control of your destiny by naming yourself. And when you say you are Indigenous American Black or Foundational Black American, you're not looking to other places. You're looking at where you are. You're looking at your own history. You're paying attention to your own family, your own heritage, your own lineage. When before you were talking about Egypt, you were talking about Saudi Arabia, whatever, over there in Africa, West Africa, and all the ancient thinkings of kingdoms and shit that have nothing to do with us. None of that shit has anything to do with us, because we were made in America. We were formed here in America. Everything collectively has been done here in America. And people are trying to take away that right of thinking and saying it's being brainwashed. But at the same time, these same people that's saying that bullshit want to become us. They want to be called American. Look at the Haitians now. The TPS is being challenged. Okay? Look at the Jamaicans. Look at the Africans that are here, and their immigration status is being challenged. They don't want to be where they came from. They want to be here in America. And yet you guys think that somehow Black Americans have an issue, but you don't say nothing about the immigrants having an issue? Make that make sense. That is total hypocrisy. They want to replace us. They want to become us. Period, point blank. And I don't care to involve myself in their plight, because I'm not them. If I'm paying attention to their plight, I can't pay attention to my plight. If I'm putting all my energy on their plight, then that means that my plight is being unattended too. But look at what I mean. The Haitian community is up in an uproar, and no Pan-African or African is welcoming the Haitian people to come to Africa, which I find really disturbing, because everywhere I turn, I hear Africans telling Black Americans to come to Africa, but they will never, ever, for some strange reason, say that to Haitians. And Haitians definitely don't need to go back to Haiti until that barbecue guy is taken out or arrested, whatever the case may be. But no Pan-African that you can recall, not one, is telling the Haitians to come home to Africa. Okay? And that's bizarre. That's truly bizarre, because they're going through a whole lot of strain and stress and tension right now.
I stand corrected. The Trump administration has made emergency application on the shadow docket to have a stay order entered by the Supreme Court for TPS Haitian nationals. Welcome back to the channel, guys. Guys, a few days ago, I shared with you a video discussing that the District Court of Appeals, they decided not to lift the order which protects Haitian TPS holders. And I said, the administration had not filed an emergency application to the Supreme Court. Well, guys, I stand completely corrected. They have done so on today. And so everyone is looking to the Supreme Court to determine what the Supreme Court is going to decide. At the crux of the issue from the administration side, their position is that lower courts do not have the judicial authority to review the decision of the DH secretary to terminate TPS. They're also arguing that the termination specifically for TPS for Haitian nationals concerns foreign policy and national interest. And we know these two areas fall within the purview of the executive branch of government. That's the president's branch, guys. And more importantly, we've been talking about this. The government's position is that the Supreme Court has already decided this when the administration made application in connection with Venezuela's TPS designation termination. And in that instance, the Supreme Court gave them the green light to proceed or to continue with the policy decision to end TPS, although the lawsuit was still being litigated. And so from the plaintiff's point of view, one of the most interesting arguments that they point out to, among other things, is namely that the decision by the administration was more so driven by anti-Black and anti-Haitian animus. And therefore, they did not follow the regulatory scheme for determining whether or not TPS for Haiti could be terminated based on whether conditions, in fact, had become safer. And so another point that the plaintiffs raise also is that the president and others have made certain comments as if to say, by the time they decided to terminate TPS for Haiti, based on pre-comments or not so nice statements made, the decision to end TPS was already in the works. And so the justification that they're providing after the fact, that's just an afterthought. And so, interestingly enough, Judge Reyes, in her order, she does find that racial animus was a motivating factor. And that also leads to her indicating that it appears that the decision to terminate TPS for Haiti was one that was already preordained without following the TPS statutory provisions that indicate that the DHS secretary has got to consult with the State Department and other findings to determine whether or not country conditions in fact have changed. So a lot is on the line. So what happened?
Again, why, oh why, hasn't Pan-Africans or so-called pro-Africans in Africa put out an invitation to Haitians to come to Africa. Not one time have I yet heard them invite them. Again, they are what do you call it, obsessed with Black Americans about what we got going on and what we're trying to do. They want to usurp whatever we got going on. And it's evident because they only talk about us. And I'm sick of it. You're not blessing us with conversating about us all the goddamn time. You are showcasing the fact that you look at us as a means to an end, and you would like us to be used as sacrificial lambs, as I have always said. They look at us as being sacrificed for them. I mean, literally, a lot of African countries still involve themselves in baby sacrifices and other sacrifices to get money and to destiny swap out with other people and whatnot. And I think that that's what they intend to attempt to do with us. And I'm not for it. In fact, there was a Jamaican who did a movie about a year ago. It's called The Island. And do you guys know that she literally talked about sacrificing Black Americans to cleanse the island of Jamaica? And a lot of other people have this sickness about them where they desire to sacrifice Black Americans for the betterment and advancement of their own people, to use us and spit us out. Look at this, y'all. Pay attention.
Chango, did you see the sacrifice I gave you today? The island's already healing from the gift. No, there's more where that came from.
In another clip, and that wasn't the right clip, but in another clip, she outright said African Americans or Black Americans to be sacrificed. And I really, really believe many of these melanated foreign folks are on that. They are on wanting us to be destiny swapped out. This is why they are telling us to get citizenship. They're telling us to come get residency. They're telling us to buy land and build houses and do all these other things that they're not asking or wanting Haitians to go do. Because again, they want to replace us. And that's the mindset of a lot of foreign melanated people, unfortunately. And that's why they're so obsessed and riddled with whatever we say, or whatever we're doing. They can't see past it, okay? Their whole entire continent or country could be falling all over the place, falling down, and they wouldn't even notice. Because they're so consumed with what we're up to. And it's kind of really eerie at this point. It is not something that we looked upon as being a good thing. We look upon as being something sinister. And Africans haven't caught up to that notion yet. Like, it's like, dude, to obsess over us every fucking day, to talk about us online every single day, to argue with us and accuse us and gaslight us and bash us every single day. Now it's been since I've been online, since 2018, and I'm sure it was far more ahead of that, before that. And they still are thinking that they're not doing nothing wrong. But what they're doing is like wanting to be a part of a ritual of sorts. And every melanated foreign Black or so-called Black melanated are on board with this notion of doing these types of things. And that's what has caused Black Americans, indigenous to America, foundational Black Americans, American descendants of slaves to delineate, because we see that you guys are trying to usurp our power and our position and try to take over from us. And that's not what we're on. We didn't come this far to allow you to usurp us. And they feel like they are deserving to take over our spot. But you're not American and you're not from America. Why are you having an issue where you're not from? But let them tell it they're still American, even if they're not born and raised in America, because they're nearby. It's really weird. It's some sickness stuff going on with immigrants and people that have been nationalized. Is really a sickness of sorts. But at the same time that Joy Reid has been talking hella slick about Black Americans, trying to play like she gives a damn about us, trying to diagnose us. You know, there is just 3 weeks ago, this Congolese young lady who risked her life every day for her family just to feed them, but she don't have no words about her home country. All she got is words about Black Americans, and it's strange. It's really, really strange.
25 Eugene has been fishing for 7 years. It's the only work she's found to feed her 4 children.
To catch heavy fish, I can stay underwater for 3 minutes. After several dives, I rest for 30 minutes and then go back in again.
There are about 100 harps on the phone, with no equipment apart from their courage and legendary breath. Rising water levels due to climate change have made their job much more difficult.
Ancestors did the same job, but they used to pick up heavy fish by walking when the water level dropped. But we've changed the technique. Now we have to dive.
Just diving for 6 hours a day all week at a depth of 4 meters is not without consequences.
We have lots of health problems because of diving. Headaches, twitching ears. And when it gets too violent, we have to quickly get back to the surface.
So why is Joy Reid not talking about her actual people and helping them out? Let me see what you guys have to say in the chat room before I continue. I appreciate everybody that has said something, whether you agree with me or not, but you know, I got to keep it 100% on what I'm talking on because it is what it is. Leonard Judah says, Joy is an ultimate tether. Definitely. August says, yep. And also, which would not surprise me nowadays, sold to them by the Barbary pirates, Islam. Okay. Also, Islam still holds the record of the most people that are living under slavery and child trafficking, by the way. I know in Libya, there's definitely a lot of people that's still partaking in slave trade. And I'm sure in other areas of Africa that Africans never want to talk about. They don't want us to understand the really real. They want us to be in la la land. That's why, you know, they're all not on one accord with being righteous because they don't tell the truth. Only the ones I respect are Africans that tell the truth and not conceal the truth from me. If you're trying to clean it up and try to make everything seem all new and brand new and nice and all of that, when you know differently, then you are a manipulator, you're a liar, you're a slithering ass snake, period. You said especially females, and there is no such thing as illegal immigrant. Yes, there are. What are you talking about? There's definitely illegal immigrants. There are people that are not born and raised nor love America or care about America's future and everything else, or the people in it. They are illegal. If you came over here and you bogarted the border, or you came over here and you tricked the system by overstaying your visa, by having a worker's permit and you overstayed that, and so forth and so on, other devious things that they have done. Of course, there's a lot of illegal immigrants. What are you talking about, August? You said also the Irish were the first people to be enslaved. How long was the indigenous Native American tribes? I don't know, but I do know that the Irish people were enslaved, but they were also allowed to become the prominent, dominant society of white America, and they made up for whatever they did to the Irish people eventually. They eventually got land. They eventually got treated good, better than the Black Americans that were here. So that's the situation. You said, although the Native American tribes also owned slaves, as it has been the conquest of war spoils since the dawn of history of mankind itself. Okay. Jane says, move on. No one in my group thinks about slave trade. We don't look at people by color. Doesn't matter what anyone thinks. I don't know who you are, where you came from, but I'm going to think about all the above because it all is connected to here and now. And it's all connected to the attitudes and intentions of people that's talking to me and about me on what they're on. So none of that stuff can be omitted. None of that stuff should be erased because people have other agendas that don't align with mine. And so I need to know where you came from and who you are and what lineage of thought you came from. It does fucking matter. Revisionist history, okay? You said unity is power. All y'all are food for the great divide. No, Lyndon, we're not dividing ourselves away from Black Americans as a collective. We're dividing ourselves from foreign melanated people that have their own identities and they have their own agendas and they have their own mindset of when they land in America, which is about themselves and not Black Americans. It's about taking from us and leaving us with nothing. You can't unify with somebody that's on that time, okay? And that's what the time that they're on. And you can't make me believe a lie that I actually see in reality, okay? Okay, people are people, all right? Christ loves us all the same. I don't know about that. We all his children, Sherry says. Why get hung up on the garbage of this world? You're all upset over what people say that you will never meet, but they can do damage when they become a part of the system and empowered as mayor, as you see Karen Bass, who deliberately dismissed and omitted helping out all homeless people of Los Angeles and decided to only bless the Asian people. So it does matter who is in power and who they are and what they believe in and what their agenda is on. Unfortunately, the truth is the truth. People's opinions don't matter. It does definitely matter. We got to keep up on what people think because it hurts in the end if they don't believe how you're believing. David says you spent more time on this live talking about Africans from another country. I have never once been affected by them in any way, shape, or form. Well, you ain't been paying attention to the whole live because I spent at least an hour to 2 hours on talking about what's going on with the Iran war, what's happening with the sleeper cells. But I have to reiterate again, because I am a Black American, what is going on with these people that's posing as Black Americans who are not us, who's speaking on us, that's not me, who is making up a line of thought that I'm supposed to be thinking on, and they can't know what I think because they're not myself, which is Joy Reid. And it is what it is. If you don't like it, you can go. Ain't nobody forcing you to stay. Bye-bye. You can go. Let me finish up the last part of Joy Reid and we'll conclude this live. Again, I'm for the betterment of Black Americans and other Americans, period. I do not care, like everybody else, first. I don't care about immigrants first. I don't care about migrants and aliens first. I do not. I'm not on that side. I'm not in that lane. That is their plight and that is their situation, not mine. Okay? Love it, like it. I don't care.
There was some connection, right? So they were like, "Oh, the African booty scratcher." They like that. Remember African booty scratcher? Because African Americans trace their ancestry to Mississippi, to Alabama, to America. Yeah. But what they did is they took, there are 2,500 different indigenous groups in Africa. It's the most biodiverse continent on the planet. There's no more biodiversity anywhere like Africa. Right. And so people who were in those ships came from like some people. My people are Hausa. My father's people are Hausa. Some people are Igbo. Some people are Hausa. So we're Hausa people, right? So that's how we identify. You know what I mean? You take a Hausa person, an Igbo person, a Yoruba, and you throw them all in a ship. And they may speak each other's language or they may not, but they come from different tribes. You throw them all together, stick them in a slave ship, strip them of their identity. In a generation, they're not Hausa, they're not Igbo, they're not Yoruba, they're just Black. Right. And so this culture of Blackness, of American Blackness, it's a real culture. Powerful. Right. It's a new tribe. It's a unique tribe, and we need to respect it.
There's some Africans that will say, you don't have a culture. Black Americans do. Are you out of fucking mind? Come on. Because half of you copy it. Everybody copies Black American culture.
Because you said it's powerful. There's something different and magnetic about it,
It's magnetic. It's a new tribe. They literally took out of many one. You want to talk about what's out of many one? It's all and look, they didn't say with the white people, because white people were all different. They were, French, and they were German, they were Bavarian, they hated each other's guts, and they amalgamated them all into something called white. And then they amalgamated all of the Blacks into something called Black. They invented these things. These things didn't exist until the 16th century, and they're all false. They're not real. But they took away the thing that most humans organize themselves by, which is tribe. And that is gone in America. You're just white or you're Black. And Black American.
But what good is that doing for Africans? Them having a tribe. You guys flee your country. You come over here to America. You try to act like you're forgetting about your own home country when all along you are about your tribe specifically and not unifying with other tribes and other clans of America, or not America, but excuse me, of Africa. And that's how you guys roll. You only care about your specific tribe and clan. So there's no unifying with that with us, because we're last to be considered and appreciated, even though our sacrifices brought you here. My ancestors' sacrifice brought immigrants here to be able to utilize our 14th Amendment and other civil rights that they never earned or never died or fought for. And they're turning around and trying to make us the villain in our own home country, when they're not trying to go back to their own home country to make things better. This is the people that I can't stand, because they're hypocrites, they're liars, there ain't no truth in them whatsoever.
Culture is, again, it's the most dominant culture that's ever existed. It created rock and roll, soul music, country music, half the food we eat, most of what we do in this country that makes us American is Black people created it. And so I think when our people come from other countries, they need to give that some respect. They need to treat that with respect. But also, I wish American Blacks could get the chance to learn what colonialism did to Africa.
But we don't care, because we're not trying to go over there to Africa. The little bit that I will learn by today's, I guess, news, I can learn, but to dig in deep to learn about you, that's not on my radar to do, because I'm not trying to go over there to Africa. You're over here in America. That's your job to do, because you came among us. It's not my job to do, because I'm not trying to come among you. I'm not trying to be a part of your culture. I'm not trying to claim to be African. I'm not trying to tether myself to you. That's what you guys have done. That's why y'all have to learn us and not vice versa. But you guys are trying to make it seem like, oh, we all got to learn one another. No, we don't care to learn about you. We don't have to learn about you. You came over here in America. You need to catch up to us, not the other way around, period, dot.
Because it's not like African people didn't suffer. And I think there's a sense that African people sold us away and forgot about us. But they forget those people were destroyed. You know, as Michael Harriot said when we had him on for our Black History special, if Black people were selling other Black people, why did you need a fort? If this was a transaction that was mutual.
And here we go with the lie. That's why we don't have respect for a lot of y'all. Y'all know damn well that you sold folks, okay? And now they're trying to recreate a narrative that's not real and try to act like your hand was twisted and you were forced, forgetting about the fact that y'all were involved with slave trade with Portugal and the Arabics and then the English or European. Okay, you forget that we can look this stuff up. And we know that you guys were involved centuries before the Europeans even got involved. But she's trying to make it seem like, oh, they came and they forced this on us. And it's not our fault. No, it is your fault. Okay, and you need to hold that. And if you can't hold that, then we can't trust you. And we don't want to be around you because you are deliberately manipulative and a liar.
And the kings of Africa were just selling off Black. Well, then why did you need to build giant forts? You built giant forts because you were having wars with those kings who you were stealing their people. You wouldn't need a fort if you were selling.
And what makes it worse is that you got these Nigerian dudes on the couch knowing damn well that they partook in slave trade. In fact, the Madam Tinubu is related to the now president Tinubu of Nigeria. Like, you can't make this shit up. These people are so disrespectful and they think that they can just scam their way into making us believe a lie. And this is why we would never rock with y'all, because we see y'all for what y'all do and how y'all move, and y'all don't give a damn about the truth. As long as you guys can get over, that's all you care about.
And that's something that people like. That's the information that gets passed out a lot. Your people sold.
They love to throw that out there. Take the burden off them.
Yeah, that's correct. Because the history gets distorted that way, and it minimizes. And I've always been a person, and I know they trash me online, but I want to know, like, what is the connection point? Because you said it. Once that happened, it cut the connection. I literally physically saw it when you said that, almost like a cord being like. Is there ever going to be a connection point between African immigrants and Black Americans?
It's already happening now.
Yeah.
It's happening now.
Yeah.
If you go to Ghana right now, you will see African Americans on every street. They're getting their residency.
There's only a few handful. There's not many thousands of Black Americans over there. And again, this lady who knows that we don't like to be called African American is refusing to call us Black or foundational Black American when she knows damn well that's what we're on. They don't respect us. They think that they should have a say in what we think and how we believe. And this is why we'll never rock with y'all. Never, ever.
We always talk about white people are mad. The 1619 Project was one of those moments where Black people said, no. We're going to recreate our own history. We're going to tell our own story. And that story does not mean that we come from slavery. We don't come from slavery. You all come from oppression. You guys come from robbery and theft. And you need to own that. But we are starting to tell our own story and reconnect ourselves to Africa.
But you are not we. You are a Congolese. Again, how can you put on and off a hat that doesn't belong to you, but you continually assume this fake identity that you are not a part of? And now you want to act confused when we tell you to go sit your ass down somewhere. You cannot become us because you were born in America. You are Congolese. You are half Caribbean. You don't represent us. We don't give a fuck about what you're going through. But here she is. They continually put on the hat of fake Black American, and they think that shit's supposed to supposed to fly because she sounds like she's like legit, but she's not legit.
Invest in Africa and realize there's a huge bounty of human capacity, of financial capacity, and that together we're like the most powerful weapon on earth.
Yeah, I feel that energy. I've done 9 countries. I want to go to more countries in Africa. I want to do all 54.
Same.
I want to be able to go to Madagascar and say I met somebody from Madagascar. But like what I
and bring back a wife for your friends.
We knew our last Verbo was going to be incredible. We didn't know the hot tub was broken. But thanks to Verbo Care and 24
But what I love is like there is this similarity and this connection through all of the countries I've been to in Africa. Like there is this connection that I feel the same being here, growing up in America, and I just want to see and minimize or eradicate the confusion that is the distrust or the point fingers.
But you're not going to eradicate because you guys are continuously trying to be dishonest. You're continually trying to pull the rug over our eyes. You're trying to dismiss the truth and make up a lie and act like because you sound a certain way and you look a certain way, somehow we're supposed to just jump on board with that. No, we're not. We are very spiritually minded people here as Indigenous American Blacks. We are in tune with ourselves and we're in tune with God. We are getting signals of discernment all the time. And we know that you guys are fraudulent and fake when it's all said and done. And this is a performance that you're putting on. You're not being legitimately truthful. And it is what it is. Yes, she does not represent us. Benny Parker says exactly. What's up, Robert? Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. And you said they've always been like that for hundreds, if not thousands of years. You'll never change that, or they'll never change. I believe that, David. They will never, ever change. You said, look at their hairline. Exactly. That's showcasing, that's giving us the red alert that these people are not us. And after this is over, I'm going to play Madame Tinubu, who these 2 African men that you're seeing right here know so much about. There's a big statue of Madame Tinubu in Nigeria, and they're playing dumb. They're playing like they don't get it because they have an agenda to try to fool us. And that's not legit and that's not cool. That's why we need to steer clear of these fake ass Africans in America who is trying to cosplay as us and trying to hijack our history and our destiny. I don't want to be bothered with these types. None of them, period.
Each other, well, you guys are this way, or you look down and you think you're better, you're an African booty scratcher.
Well, how do you think they stole us?
Yeah.
I mean, their method was to say, hey, tribe number 1, sell me somebody from tribe number 2, or give me your prisoners of war from that tribe. They're not, remember, these people didn't think of themselves as all black. You're this tribe, I'm that tribe. If I have prisoners of war from the other tribe, okay, I'm going to go ahead and let them go to you. And then they got greedy and said, it's not enough for me to give you prisoners of war. I'm going to go back and just take people, right? But it did start out as, I'll take my prisoners of war. They didn't think it was going to be endemic slavery forever. Right. And then once they got greedy and were like, come and taking people, then there were the fights. But even in the Caribbean, there are a lot of African Americans who think of Caribbean blacks as like foreign. They're probably your cousins. If you're in New Orleans, you're probably Haitian. If you're in Florida, you are probably from Barbados because you probably have first cousins in Barbados. They would drop people off in the Caribbean and then sell them to South Carolina. Like the route was often Caribbean, then the U.S.
That's when they would break slaves usually.
They would break them in the Caribbean, 100%, and then bring them here. So it's like a lot of people, their first stop was not Virginia or South Carolina. It was Jamaica.
Yeah, it's crazy. Damn. Well, remember, I know we could go on. We still here, though.
And we survive.
I can feel it, Virgin. I can feel it connecting. You got Gabon. You got Ludacris lives in Gabon. He has a place in Gabon.
Yeah, of course. We got celebrities that are selling out. They're being prompted up to promote going and getting citizenships. And by the way, there is a representative who's a Republican trying to do away with dual citizenships. And he's already submitted that bill to, I guess, Congress or whatever to look it over, to decide on whether or not to do. And just imagine all these dual citizenships, these people that have signed up for these citizenships in Africa definitely is going to want to not have the African citizenship over American citizenship, especially if they're African, because they don't want to go back to Africa. And that's the truth. And that's, something that we need to talk about. But, I want to talk about this Tinubu, this woman that they failed to bring up, this Tinubu lady who was a slave trader, who was not very decent with the slaves. And, they're playing nice, like they don't have any connection to slave trade and nothing really bad happened on the continent of Africa. It was just the evil white man that came and stole slaves, which that's not true. And because they're not honorable and they don't have integrity and they're not righteous, I'm calling them out. And this is why we got to stay on our P's and our Q's and calling out these fake fraudsters, scamming ass Africans wherever we see them. And Joy Reid is a liar. Godfrey is a liar. And this other African is a liar because they know what their history entails.
History remembers Efunroye Tinubu as a formidable leader, a wealthy man, a political powerhouse, and a woman who stood against British colonial intrusion. But there's another side to her story. Beneath the surface of her achievements lies a darker legacy, one rooted in the slave trade. This is the untold story of Efunroye Tinubu. In the 19th century, Lagos thrived on commerce. Tinubu rose to prominence by trading goods such as palm oil, tobacco, and more controversially, humans. Long before the British banned slavery, she built power and wealth by participating in cross-Atlantic and regional slave trade. She built a thriving business empire by trading slaves for salt and tobacco with the white men. Tinubu's influence was so vast that she commanded over 360 personal slaves and played a major role in the politics of king-making. Madam Tinubu went on to become a key figure in the war against the Honey, using her wealth and influence to support the Yoruba forces by securing weapons and resources for the town's defense. After the war, this act earned her the title of Iyalode of Egbaland, the highest chieftaincy title for women. But her ambition didn't stop there. With her newfound authority, she expanded her wealth by monopolizing the palm oil trade across Lagos and selling weapons acquired from the white allies during the Yoruba War. However, not everything went according to plan. When she learned that the British were preparing to abolish the slave trade, she fiercely resisted. To her, the British weren't saviors. Their interventions wasn't about humanity. It was a direct attack on her most lucrative business. When Lagos was taken over by the British in 1861, Tinubu stood her ground. Her resistance made her a hero to many. But at its core, it wasn't about freedom. It was about safeguarding the very trade that enslaved thousands of her people. It was about protecting her business empire. Tinubu's story is one of contradictions. On one hand, she empowered herself and broke through barriers in a male-dominated society. On the other, her success came at a terrible cost, fueled by the exploitation and suffering of the very people she called her own. Our story forces us to ask, can we separate her achievements from the pain she inflicted? Today, Tinubu's name is immortalized in Lagos, with monuments and markets bearing her name. Yet, her legacy is a complex one, a reminder that even those we admire are not without flaws. So how do you judge figures like Tinubu? Heroes, villains, or something in between? History rarely gives us simple answers.
Not only that, but again, the Tinubu lady, Madam Tinubu, she wanted to keep slavery going. Who ended up ending slavery miraculously was the British, who ended slavery in 1807. So when you see Africans acting all nonchalant and pretending like they don't know nothing when they claim to know everything about us, okay, you know everything supposedly about us, but you don't remember or recall what happened in your own home country. Come on. That's why we know that they're full of shit and that they're liars. And this is why we have delineated and we don't want nothing to do with these lying ass Africans, period, dot.
On this day in 1807, Britain ended the slave trade, but not slavery. Millions still lived in chains across British colonies until 1838, and when slaves were finally freed, owners were paid, not the enslaved. Over 12 million Africans were transported, ripped from their homeland. Slavery ended on paper in 1807, but the pain lasted generations. This day in 1807.
Okay, let me find a better video, then I'm going to conclude. You know, I think that's enough. I'm going to go back to the earlier topic and conclude with this last video about the update of what's going on, breaking news about the Iran war. I just want you guys to know, bring it back. Bring what back? The good old days. Oh, you need to go. Bye-bye. See ya. Don't want to be ya. Bye, ho. Don't play games in my face. You can go bye-bye. Okay, we're now talking about the last video. Iran strikes the U.S. Embassy. I thought that this would be a good video to end. I didn't hear about the embassy being hit by Iran, but apparently it has happened in Iran. The strike destroyed naval mine storage facilities, missile storage bunkers, and multiple other military sites. And obviously this war is escalating. And I want to say before I forget, be vigilant and understand that we're in a difficult time. And we have a lot of enemies among us, unfortunately. And it's going to take a while before this war is concluded. It is what it is.
On the right-hand side of your screen, you are taking a live look over in Baghdad at the U.S. Embassy as we get to some of this video here from earlier on today. Take a look. This is from just a short time ago, and you can see the fire there as new video shows smoke and fire from the U.S. Embassy in Iraq's capital of Baghdad earlier, after Iraqi officials say the compound was struck by a missile. Now, information still fairly limited at this point, and it's not clear yet if there are any injuries, but those officials in Iraq say it appears the missile hit a helipad inside of the compound. The U.S. Embassy in Baghdad renewed its level 4 security warning just yesterday, cautioning that Iran could carry out attacks against U.S. citizens and infrastructure within Iraq. Again, you can see the smoke rising there in the distance in this video provided a short time ago, but this is a live look at this hour outside of that compound of the U.S. Embassy. In the meantime, I do want to get to some other video that's coming in from CENTCOM. Take a look right here on your screen as U.S. Central Command releasing video showing the, quote, large-scale precision strike on Iran's Karg Island. You can see a lot of explosions there on your screen.
CENTCOM explaining that the strike destroyed naval mine storage facilities, missile storage bunkers, and several other military sites, with the Pentagon adding U.S. forces hit more than 90 Iranian military targets on Karg Island while preserving the infrastructure. President Trump says he ordered that major strike, which was then carried out by the U.S. military. As always, a lot to discuss here, so I do want to bring in Mark Chandler, Director of Government Relations at Coastal Carolina University, and of course, Professor of Practice, also a former Senior Defense Intelligence official. Mark, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
You're welcome, Josh, and good morning.
Good morning. Well, first off, on the left-hand side of your screen, once again, taking a live look over Baghdad outside of the U.S. Embassy compound. Now, to see that missile actually strike what appears to be the helipad there, what does that say about Iran, their nuclear capabilities, or really just their military capabilities at this point?
Well, I think first and foremost, Josh, we need to realize that Iran really has taken the gloves off. I mean, all diplomatic facilities are being attacked. You know, they've attacked them in Riyadh, they have attacked them in UAE. So they're going to continue this attack, go after what we would call soft targets, because there's not a lot of great defenses around those targets against ballistic missiles or even drone attacks. So that's one thing. Iran's going to continue this. You know, they're not going to slow down on that, even though we are rolling back their military capability. The second thing is, I think we need to look at the accuracy of that. Now, number one, they've got to have good inside intelligence. We know that they have operatives, Shia militia, that are in strong support of Iran and backed by Iran all throughout Iraq. As a matter of fact, those same Shia militia have been conducting attacks against some of our forces that are scattered throughout Iraq. So we know they have good insight. And you need that to target with a ballistic missile, because they're going to program in the site for that. The embassy's not hidden, but they just need to get that final accurate information for either a drone attack or a missile attack. Now, they probably have observers working around. I know that they have been using some Shiite observers. Some want to call them sleeper cells, but they've been active in the Middle East across the Arab countries for years. So you look at that, they're going to observe American facilities, whether it's American diplomatic facilities, the military bases, or, and this is where they're going to try to escalate, even housing areas where Americans kind of concentrate themselves in certain areas of these cities across the Arab states. So it's still a dangerous environment. As you said, we don't have any injury reports. I know that they're on heightened security there in Baghdad. We've evacuated the embassy in Kuwait City. So I would expect more of these attacks. I would expect them to be on target when they go after these facilities out there. And so we're still in the early stages of this fighting.
And I want to pop this up on your screen right here. You can actually see the video that's coming in out of CENTCOM, and you can almost hear it a little bit in the background, but there are these strikes that are taking place. We learned last night from President Trump about this large-scale precision strike, he says, on Karg Island. For folks out there, can you explain Karg Island and the significance of this strike?
Well, a couple of things I want to point out. Number one, this was an excellent military operation using precision-guided munitions to go after the military targets on Karg Island only. You know, Karg Island is perhaps the most critical energy point for Iran to export its oil. 90% of Iran's export oil goes through Karg Island. It's off the coast, if you will, and they pipeline the oil out there. They dug in very deep areas so that deep water oil tankers can get into there. So that's their primary oil export point. Going after the military targets, and Iran has militarized several islands in the Persian Gulf. Karg Island being one of them, for defensive purposes, obviously, to prevent such an attack, but not such a sophisticated attack that we conducted. By leaving the infrastructure alive, what we're saying is, number one, we're going to go after you militarily. Number two, we recognize the importance of this for Iran's future. And I'm choosing my words carefully, Josh, because I'm saying this Iran's future, not the Islamic Republic's future, which is the regime. Because Iran itself has such vast natural resources. They can be such a great country, a great economic benefit to the Middle East and the world, but not under the Islamic regime. So that's the difference here. They're targeting that, but it sends a message. We can take up these precise military targets. We could also cripple their economy for, years to come, if not decades, if we were to take out Carville itself. And I did mention one thing I just want to add on. They militarized that island. They put security up. There's a couple of other islands in the southern part of the Persian Gulf, Abu Musa, the Syria Islands. They've also militarized those. So we need to worry about taking care of those as we worry about commercial shipping and tankers going through the southern part of the Persian Gulf as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see strikes on those in the coming days.
And I want to pop this up on your screen. I know you've seen this, as many people out there have as well. We know that we haven't seen Iran's new supreme leader publicly, and one of the photos released of him appears, according to those who have investigated, to be made with AI. So a lot of questions here. And in moments of conflict like this, how important is it for maybe a country's leader to be visible? And what message does that send? Because again, he has not been seen in public. We heard this message from him the other day, but it wasn't delivered with him on camera, and it wasn't him talking.
Right. Josh, number one, you hit the nail on the head. I think it's critical that any nation in a crisis like this have their leaders stand up and show strength. Lead from the front, lead with confidence out there. We're not seeing that from Mustafa Khamenei. So couple of reasons that I'm going to speculate here. Obviously, I'm not inside there, so I don't 100% know, but he was critically injured in that attack that killed his father and part of his family. So we're looking at that. Iran probably doesn't want to show him on TV because right now, after selecting him, they should have put him out there, put him in a meeting, showing him doing leadership things, showing him being in charge and talking. So either he's incapacitated to the point where he can't, or he's so wounded that by showing him on TV, showing him live, or showing current pictures of him would kind of destroy the confidence, not in the Iranian people, but in that core leadership, in the regime leadership, in the IRGC leadership. They can't afford to show a weakened supreme leader, if you will. So that actually is telling, but they're going to continue this AI. They're going to continue showing older pictures of him, fully healthy, but you haven't heard him and you haven't seen him. And that definitely sends a message out there for those who are willing to look just beyond the surface of this.
It definitely sends a message, and I want to play really quickly this soundbite of sorts that came in from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth yesterday about all of this.
Iran's leadership is in no better shape. Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what rats do. We know the new so-called not-so-supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. He put out a statement yesterday, a weak one, actually, but there was no voice and there was no video. It was a written statement. He called for unity. Apparently killing tens of thousands of protesters is his kind of unity. Iran has plenty of cameras and plenty of voice recorders. Why a written statement? I think you know why. His father, dead. He's scared, he's injured, he's on the run, and he lacks legitimacy. It's a mess for them. Who's in charge? Iran may not even know.
All right, wanted to play that for you. That was from yesterday during the news conference that he held alongside General Dan Raising Kane. Again, all of that happening on Operation Epic Fury, which, by the way, today marks 2 weeks since those first attacks by the U.S. and Israel on Iran. Now, I wanted to talk to you a little bit as we take a live look outside of the White House here. We learned that essentially, according to officials there, a U.S. official speaking with the Associated Press saying that about 2,500 more Marines and amphibious assault ship, they're being sent to the Middle East, adding to the military's kind of buildup there that we're seeing in the Middle East. What message is that sending?
Well, number one, I think that's important. You know, the Marines are near and dear to my heart. That's the 31st MEU that's stationed in Okinawa, Japan. So they're getting ready. They're going to get on ships. It'll probably take about 10 days sailing time. So what we're doing is we're sending a message that, one, we're still in this fight. We're going to be in this fight. And the Marines, you know, again, near and dear to my heart, we send a certain message when we deploy Marines. You know, the nation's premier fighting force, we're coming in there. But the Marines actually bring a multitude of capabilities with them. We fight in what are called MAGTAS, Marine Air Ground Task Force. So the Marines are going to bring some additional fighter bomber aircraft, some helicopter aircraft, an entire infantry battalion, logistics, and some command and control. So when they get there, and they're bringing 3 ships, we ride out on what's called an amphibious ready group. You know, they'll come in there, and we can task organize. So those militarized islands I talked about in the southern part of the Persian Gulf, or Karg Island itself, if we need to do a limited objective seizure of those, the Marines are the perfect force to be able to go in and do that. So we'll add to the firepower. We can help out on logistics that are going in there. So we're just, you know, we're preparing for the future. I'm not saying we're going to employ the Marines, but it's great to have them ready to go in that area. So I think that brings us a multitude of capabilities and sends a stronger message that we're in this, and that's a visible message that Iran can then see, especially for coastline areas or any of those small islands, as I mentioned before.
How pivotal, how important is the messaging right now, especially between the U.S., between Iran, whatever they're putting out there from each side? How important is that in determining the next steps and where this goes from here?
Well, I think it's critical, Josh, and a couple of things. So from Iran, they're going to continue their belligerent attitude. They're going to continue to threaten their Arab nations, threaten the United States, and threaten Israel. So they're going to continue that. They're going to work with their partners, Hezbollah, over in Lebanon, and they're going to continue showing strength. I still believe we're several weeks out from the regime at capitulation stage. So they're going to continue to show strength. Primarily, what they're going to show strength for is an internal messaging. I think the world should now realize, you know, that Iran is full of bluster, even though they have been striking back hard, but they control through authoritarianism. So they need to have that internal messaging, and that's their primary audience out there. For the United States, we need that consistent messaging. We went into this. We're in it. Whether or not you agreed before we got involved, we are now involved, and we have to finish this. And so our messaging needs to focus on why we're doing this, what we need to take out from the Islamic Republic, not the Iranian people. So show support for that and continue to methodically take apart Iran's military machine and create an opportunity for an uprising to form. You know, we're still a few weeks out from that crack fully forming out there to give that opening. So we've got to have that consistent messaging and show strength. There's a lot of economic challenges in the world. I can tell you, anytime over the last 20 years we have planned this operation, we always knew that Iran would use economic capability against us, but really against the world to try to pressure the United States. So we need to realize war is not good. It's uncomfortable. It creates problems, second and third order effects, but it's temporary. And temporary is going to be a few more weeks, but that's the kind of messaging we need to show in the United States and with our Western allies. We need them also echoing that same messaging as we move forward.
And Mark Chandler, I always bring you on and I ask you my last question here of what we missed and what you want to add before I let you go.
Well, Josh, we could probably spend your entire show talking about this. It's very difficult and challenging. You know, there's a lot of talk out there. Let me just say, you know, we lost an air crew this week. A KC-135 went down. 6 more U.S. service members lost their lives, you know, supporting our military objectives. And I would just ask that everybody keep them in their prayers and their family in their prayers out there. And the second thing, you know, you just talked about messaging. And I think it's important that we don't succumb to the pressure that war brings on sometimes to end this too early. We're in this fight. We bought it. We own it right now. And we need to go to a successful conclusion. And that means taking care of their entire nuclear weapons capability. You know, they still have that in some way, shape, or form. They still have that alive in there. So we need to take care of that. Their offensive missile and drone capability has to be taken out. And then what they are doing to the entire Middle East. I talked about closing the Straits of Hormuz before. If we don't end this Islamic regime, that will happen again. So we're 3 to 6 more weeks out. I know I said that last week. I'm gonna add a week to it now and say we still have that much time. Because if we end this prematurely, you know, through pressure that we feel, we have to have the fortitude to see this through to the end now. And I just ask that Americans support that and our Western allies support that. Because if not, we will leave behind an emboldened regime that will definitely tout victory and be more troublesome and more of a problem for generations to come.
All right. Mark Chandler, thank you so much, as always, for taking the time to join us and helping to break.
Wow. Whew. That made me think of Condoleezza Rice, because she did an interview with Fox News about 9 days ago. And she was saying that she wanted the Trump administration to finish it. I'll close with her. Let me know your thoughts. Like I say, everybody's welcome to give your opinion. I am indifferent to war in particular. I'm not a warmonger myself. I don't like to see people warring or dying or anything. But I think that we should be able to protect ourselves against foreign actors, especially the ones that have bogarted and have come among us and have lied to become nationalized. And now they are sleeper cells that are attacking us as we see. Already there's been about 4 or 5 different separate attacks by these sleeper cells, and I expect to see a lot more, especially after the Supreme Court makes its judgment on the birthright citizenship. Man, I can see a whole lot of people being triggered and responding, and I think that's coming up June or July. But we got to be real and understand that this is a terrible time to be alive, because a lot of people have their own agendas, and there's just so many people that's here in America. It's not just 1 or 2. There's like 20 or 40 different types of people among us that we have not accounted for, and they're doing the most. And if they can't get us by a missile long term, they have activated sleeper cells in America. And I just want us not to go back to sleep and understand that this is what it is, and understand what we're up against, whether you signed up for it or not, whether you like it or not. It's the situation that you've been given.
This decision to launch this operation was based on a cumulative effect of various direct threats that Iran posed to the United States of America, and the president's feeling based on fact that Iran does pose an imminent and direct threat.
I've said repeatedly since the first briefing over 10 days ago, there was no imminent threat to the United States that I believe would constitute putting our sailors and soldiers in harm's way.
Well, was Iran a threat to the U.S. or not? Joining us tonight to talk about this and the situation in the Middle East is former Secretary of State, former National Security Advisor, Condoleezza Rice. Secretary Rice, thanks for being here. You know, we have these polls out about Iran, national security threat. Most people who answer these polls, it's 61% yes, 38% no. This is the banter back and forth, even as obviously the military operation is being characterized as being very successful, and we have markers on that. What's your thoughts about where we are right now and where we may be headed?
Well, the most important thing, Brett, and thank you for having me, but the most important thing is to recognize that Iran has been at war with us for at least 47 years, all the way from 1979. People may forget they took our embassy hostage 444 days. They were responsible for the killings of 300 plus Marines in Lebanon in the early 1980s. If you ask people about Iraq, what was the source of many of our casualties in Iraq, you'll get estimates as high as 75 or 80% of them were due to Iranian-made roadside bombs. And so they've been at war for us a long time. They also have developed the military capability to have reach outside of the boundaries of Iran, including Hezbollah and Hamas, which they both arm and equip and continue to arm and equip even after the events of the summer. And I myself negotiated 4 Security Council resolutions calling them a threat to international peace and security under Chapter 7, the strongest chapter of the UN Security Council resolutions, because of their nuclear ambitions. So to say that this regime was not a threat, I think it seemed like simply not, it's ahistorical. They have been a threat for a long time.
You know, you can praise the military's action, its effectiveness, how precise it is, the amazing things we're seeing every day of the U.S. military and the Israeli military, for that matter, while still raising questions about how long is this going to last? Is it worth the blood and treasure that we're doing currently? You know, another poll, the handling of Iran, does it make us safer, less safe? No difference. Less safe is at 51%. So there is this skittishness or skepticism out there, even if you're wholeheartedly supporting what the military is doing every day.
Well, because there's uncertainty with any military operation and what the aftermath might be. But I think if the goal of the administration is to render Iran incapable of using its military forces outside of its borders, of threatening our neighbors, our allies, of threatening our bases abroad, which we're seeing they are capable of doing. If it is trying to deny them a conventional umbrella for their nuclear ambitions, that is a worthy goal. Now, what comes after? People are, of course, concerned about that. But if you can render Iran essentially incapable of military action against us and against our allies, that's worthy. And I think what they're trying to do is to neuter Iran as a military power in the region. And by the way, the Iranians, who I think made a strategic blunder in attacking the Gulf states like the UAE or Kuwait or others, is demonstrating that it is its goal to be a destabilizing force in the Middle East. Yes, you can still be concerned about what may come after. You can still be concerned about the uncertainties of warfare, but to render this awful regime incapable of using its military power, that's a worthy goal.
There's, talk about not restricting what the military may or may not do going forward. You've obviously been through this with wars as National Security Advisor, as Secretary of State, the mission creep fear. Now there's talk and reports about the Kurds possibly arming the Iranian Kurds and being a force on the ground. Your thoughts about that, knowing all you know about that region?
Well, the one thing I don't know is the nature of these reports that we're hearing about Kurdish incursions, if you will, into Iranian territory. And we probably ought to be circumspect about making judgments about what that really means in terms of Kurdish activity. Is it independent Kurdish activity? Is it somehow coordinated Kurdish activity? We'll learn those things later. But it does speak to the complicated demographics of Iran, and we have to keep that in mind. The Iranian population includes a large Azeri population. It includes a large Kurdish population. Those populations have been all the Iranian people have been badly treated by their regime, but there have been a lot of suppressions of those ethnic groups. So we do have to be aware that Iran is not a homogeneous population. It's also a population of over 90 million people on territory that's twice the size of Texas. So it's going to be a complicated set of circumstances here as we go forward.
Yeah, last thing, you've been in the halls of power, in the meetings behind closed doors. Talk about this decision by Commander-in-Chief to do what President Trump has done and what that means big picture in the world looking at it.
I think you have to see this as a series, really, of events, starting with October 7th, when Iran demonstrated that it probably wasn't possible to deter their tentacles like Hamas. I'm quite certain that October 7th and Hamas could not have happened without Iranian training and equipment, maybe even planning. And then, of course, you had the events of June, when the administration decided, along with the Israelis, to try and at least degrade and maybe even seriously set back Iranian nuclear capabilities. In order to do that, they were able to suppress Iranian air defenses. And so Iran is in a sense, defenseless then. And then you see that the Iranians are rebuilding their nuclear capability, that they're rearming Hamas and Hezbollah, and that they are essentially at this moment defenseless. They won't always be defenseless. And so the decision is to really at this point take care of it and render them incapable of those activities. So I see it as a series of decisions. I do think that it's a big ones, but a worthy goal. Of course, we'll have to watch and see, but I do think that the question of making sure that you don't get mission creep is an important one. Taking care of Iranian military operations, military capabilities is very important. The other thing that this does do is it, particularly if you can do something about the security forces in Iran, maybe it opens the possibilities for the Iranian people themselves to try to determine their own future. But we're a long way from that.
Madam Secretary, we really appreciate your time.
Thank you very much, Fred.
Man, oh man, oh man. Man, in closing, I don't know how long this is going to take to be over. I just think that I hope that is over before too many lives are lost. Already 13 military people of America have lost their lives, and I don't know how many on the Iranian side, but war is not a nice thing at all, and that's not something that we should want to do without understanding the consequences. Already the gas prices are skyrocketed. There's a lot of people that's really going crazy about the gas prices, and people are speaking out against Trump more. People are also speaking out against Israel. They think that they're the reason for what Trump is doing. And I'm at a loss of words because I never paid attention to war ever before until now. So I'm kind of like trying to get my bearings about seeing things as they are. And it is uncomfortable. It is kind of uncomfortable to talk about because it's such a serious topic. And I don't want to like make people mad, but I don't know enough. I really don't know enough, but I hope that America gets their shit together and that not a lot of lives will be lost in the end. That's what I pray for. That's what I want ultimately to happen. Let me give you an example of people spazzing out over these gas costs that's going on. I don't know if you guys feel the same way or not, but people are really letting it out that they're upset with Trump allowing this war, and the prices of gas is really skyrocketed. So let's look at this, and then I'm going to conclude. Please hit that like button. Please share and subscribe to my channel. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you for being here.
I don't understand what happened to gas prices. 2 weeks ago, gas was $2, and today gas is $4. You guys, did gasoline go to college and come back with a master's degree in pricing? Oh my God! I came to get gas, And the pump is looking at me like a bank loan officer, asking questions like, say, are you ready for these financial decisions? What is going on here? Look at gas prices. What is going on here? How are we going to survive? Driving in America is now luxury. Oh my God. How are we going to survive here? How? $4? Oh my God. Oh my God. $4, guys. $4. I can't move. I can't move. Yeah.
Gas is $8.21 a gallon in California right now. Actually, that was yesterday, the video I saw. I'll tag it below. So, who knows what it is today? Are we great yet?
They weren't lying, guys. It's real. People out here taking pictures. They don't even believe it. $8. $8.21. You might as well get you a horse.
Yeah, work, cook. $1.49 for gas in Canada, bro? Yeah, GG's really hang it up, bro. Canada, please end this war now.
Gas prices in China are going up tonight. I saw the news this morning, so I'm heading to the gas station to fill up my car.
These are the crazy long gas lines in China. As you can see, this is very reminiscent of the late 1970s gas prices when Jimmy Carter was in office. This is what Donald Trump is doing. He is squeezing China's oil to cause chaos in that country. This is brilliant, and this is why we are stopping the flow of oil going into China. This right here. God, can you imagine? It's not even that bad in Florida when the hurricanes start coming.
Y'all done raised fuel prices up. Fuel prices is up. I just got back into the business, and y'all done raised the freaking fuel prices up. Y'all done raised the prices up. $5 a gallon for fuel? Are y'all crazy? Are y'all crazy? What is going on? What is going on? I'm tired of this. I'm tired. I just got back into trucking, and y'all done raised the fuel prices so high. Are y'all crazy? This shit don't make no sense. This don't make no fucking sense. I'm pissed. I'm pissed, and I'm going off for all of y'all. It's all of y'all fault. Dang. Like, y'all see this sign? This sign says $4.99 a gallon. This is what trucking has come to? Shit.
So I thought it would make a lot of sense for me to
So I just wanted to show the reactions of people that are affected deliberately and directly behind the gas costs, behind Iran being hit up by United States and Israel. It is hitting us back in the pockets. And now we're paying with military people that have lost their life. There's been about 13 so far and counting, I'm sure. I don't want it to continue, but I hope it doesn't last as long as Afghanistan. I pray that this will be over before this month is over. All I can say is that you need to be mindful of the times that you are in and not dare think that everything is the same, because it is not. Be vigilant when you go out in public. Do not deliberately go in crowded areas that are popularized, because people are looking to maximize the effect of unaliving people. If you plan stuff, do that stuff in your home, in your backyard as best you can, I would say. And pray for America and your family and yourself to continue forward. You said gas prices will get worse and there is likely to be food inflation as well. Yes, that's what I talked about earlier. I think that everybody should be plugged in on canned goods, toiletries, and other things that you may need in case things hit the fan and you cannot go to the store and do what you need to do. Of course, we have said this time and time again, it's bound to happen sooner or later, and you might as well be ready for the inevitable just in case. Don't catch yourself out there without nothing. Don't be stuck without nothing, and don't demand stuff from people because you don't get prepared when you should be prepared or getting prepared now. I won't be answering no doors for people knocking on my door if they're not prepared, because I'm doing what I can for myself to be prepared. And I hope that you will too, as an American, and seeing things as they are. You said that is war. Marcos Garcia says, okay. And CM says, where was this energy when this was the norm under Burton or Biden, you mean? I had energy for Biden on another channel that I'm not on no more. Definitely talk shit about Biden. Best believe I talk shit about Biden because I do not want to be connected or involved with Democrats. No more. So I'm not a hater of Trump. If you're misconstruing what I'm saying, I'm not a hater of Trump. I voted for Trump. But I don't like war. I'm not going to say, despite me voting for him, that I'm on board with war. No. War is very, very dangerous, and it escalates, and it manifests in other things, indirectly and directly. I don't want to see the consequence of all these different changes that happen under war, because we have so many people among us that can harm us within. They're called sleeper cells. And, I don't like the fact that there's millions of people unaccounted for that could do a number of damage for us, to us. I want the best for Trump. I want him to be successful. I want things to go the way in which he envisions, but sometimes what you plan doesn't pan out to be what it is. And I'll just say, pray for our country and pray for Trump and everybody in the military so that they can be safe and sound in the war that's coming. Because as far as I heard, let me see, news about warships are, okay, this is the latest. I'll play this last. This is the last video I'm going to show. And this was 12 minutes ago. So it's very up to date to now. And this is by ABC. And it's saying that U.S. deploys Marines to the Middle East. And that sounds kind of dangerous. Very, very close to being on the land, being on the ground. And I don't like the fact that our military possibly would go to the ground.
We begin with the war in Iran, now entering its third week. Both sides digging in. Tehran is now threatening retaliation after the U.S. attacked a critical oil hub. The U.S. striking 90 targets on an island which serves as Iran's main oil export terminal. Israel congratulating the U.S. on the strikes. The U.S. embassy in Baghdad once again coming under fire as a missile struck a helipad. President Trump saying that Iran is totally defeated and wants a deal, but not one that he would accept. And the U.S. is now sending more troops to the Middle East, including more than 2,000 Marines. We have team coverage tonight, and Marcus Moore leads us off from Doha, Qatar.
Tonight, the U.S. escalating its offensive. Iran defiant, repeating the warning that any strike on its energy infrastructure would be met with attacks on American-linked energy interests. Overnight, the U.S. striking Iran's Carrick Island, the country's main hub for oil production. President Trump posting video of projectiles hitting the airport and other sites. CENTCOM saying the U.S. struck 90 Iranian military targets on the island. Hours later, in an apparent act of retaliation, drones striking the UAE's main oil hub of Fujairah. The emirate forced to suspend some of its oil operations. And tonight, with the war now entering its third week, President Trump saying Iran is totally defeated and wants a deal, but a deal that he would not accept. 5,000 U.S. military personnel, including 2,200 Marines, are headed to the region, joining the more than 50,000 American troops already there. This as the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad came under attack yet again. Smoke seen billowing from the compound early Saturday. Here in Doha, there is growing unease about the near-constant Iranian attacks that have shaken residents and disrupted livelihoods. Iran's retaliation crippling the region's airspace and effectively closing the Strait of Hormuz, through which 20% of the world's oil flows. The closure taking its toll on the Gulf states and the rest of the world. Now France and Italy reportedly in talks with Iran to reopen the strait. Earlier this week, CENTCOM announced that they had destroyed more than a dozen Iranian ships that could be used to lay mines, but the threat still remains. And back in the U.S., these 4 decommissioned minesweepers are awaiting dismantling in Philadelphia. They were moved from their base in Bahrain, where they had been stationed in the event of a disruption in the Strait of Hormuz.
It's quite possible that Iran will continue mining the Straits of Hormuz. They can do so within a matter of hours. They have hundreds and thousands of small boats that all have the capability to do that.
And when Iran's foreign minister says that the Strait of Hormuz is open to all vessels except those with links to the U.S. and its allies. And in a post today online, President Trump called on China, France, the UK, and other countries to send ships to the region to help keep the strait open.
There you have it, y'all. I don't know what else to say other than God help us all. I don't want to see boots on the ground, but it looks like it's going to that, as Bruno says. Here we go with boots on the ground. It seems that way. African Goddess says, I was anti-war, but if what Miss Rice said is right, it may be the correct decision. Man, I don't like to admit stuff like, I don't like to just sign somebody off with a death certificate. I don't know. I'm just real. I don't want to be involved. I don't want no parts of nothing to do with people unaliving. Golden Brown says, no, do not get canned goods. Get dry goods. They will last just as long as canned goods. Is that right? Okay. Well, whatever we need to do, collectively, Americans, please go and get whatever you need to get and supply yourself at least 3 to 4 months out. Don't take no chances. There might be a whole lot of stuff happening, and you don't want to be casually getting involved in something that you could have stayed out of. I just say be mindful and prayed up to the possibility of stuff happening that you have no awares about. But if you stay ahead of it, and you are prepared and stay out of it, it won't affect you and your family. And that's what you need to do. Most of all, be proactive and not be a victim because you were too lazy or took heed to the warnings that were in front of your face. Thank you all for coming. African Goddess says this is impacting gas prices globally. The impact in Africa is serious, I'm sure, everywhere. Yes, if you can, fill up and save gas. Get some extra gas cans if you can before it gets too crazy. It's about to get worse before it gets better, and that's the truth. But prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Pray up, and also prepare to secure your family and yourself as best you can. Please like and share the video and bless up. I'll be back in about 4 or 5 days. Bye-bye.